Alright, welcome back to another stream of the historical order run that we've been doing. And yeah, we will jump to the next, well, we're gonna say game, but it's more of a museum style tour mode for Assassin's Creed Odyssey, a game taking place during the Peloponnesian War in 431 BC. And yeah, similar to the games Assassin's Creed Origins and Assassin's Creed Valhalla, this game featured, instead of a database, yeah, an interactive 3D museum-style mode in the world of the game to teach players about important historical events, everyday life, and yeah, important kind of like historical feats of the time. And our plan is to play not through the game, but through that historical tour mode and focus on the discovery tours that have kind of like a relevance to some of the historical events that have happened in historical order. So that's gonna be mainly the major battles of the time, but also of course, you know, kind of like ancient civilizations that predated the classical Greek people. So yeah, that's gonna be the focus for this particular playthrough. I assume it's not gonna take us overly long of time because one discovery tour takes about 9 to 15 minutes on average, I would say. And it's pretty, you know, like you can pretty well oversee how many there are in the game. That being said, you can definitely spend a long time in this mode. About 4 years ago, I've done a completionist run on Odyssey that included everything in the Discovery Tour. And all of those like little, you know, kind of like dots to interact with to give you like a couple more insight, I guess, but that aren't really tied to Discovery Tours. Take a long time. Like, I spent dozens and dozens of hours, I think, in that mode by, you know, reading out loud everything and trying to collect everything there was to see. So I can definitely spend a decent amount of time in that mode if you want to. Also, hey there, Aya, welcome in. Good day, and how's it going? Hearing the soundtrack always makes you happy. I don't blame you. It's nice when you have, you know, kind of like songs or music that is like reminiscent of a particular feeling. Hey there, Shella, welcome in. Ahoy. It's going very good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, we're gonna make another bigger jump here in the years. We're gonna jump about 2000 years this time. And we're going to the year 431 BC. During the time of our favorite AC game. But yeah, instead of playing the game, we will play the Discovery Tour. I like how we use the money of the cheetahs to build a statue of Zeus in the Olympics.
Here, visitor. You are about to embark on a journey of discovery through the rich and fascinating history of classical Greece. You'll become fully immersed in the painstakingly detailed world built for Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which you are free to explore at your own pace, without any danger or time pressure. For a directed experience, take one of the many guided tours curated by prominent historians and archaeologists. Along the way, exchange words with some of Greece's most famous historical persons. The classical Greece you are about to explore is at the peak of its glory. This period is synonymous with grand accomplishments of the physical and the mental. Architectural marvels which still stand today dot its landscape, while towering achievements in philosophy, political systems, and art still influence our modern society in profound ways. We hope you become engrossed in the dazzling riches of ancient Greece and welcome you to your visit.
Let's go ahead and the intro. We're really focused on the kind of like accurate statues that you can find in the game. But yeah, there we are, in the heart of Athens, Attica, as Cassandra, the Eagle Bearer. And yeah, she's just one of many characters you can choose in this game. If we look over here, you can see there's a character selection. And currently we can choose between Cassandra, Alexius, a young girl and boy, Anfusa, and the Greek tough boy. And there's more to unlock by doing discovery tours and interacting with discovery sites. I've also enabled a reward where you can choose what character for me to play for the next tour. So we can change it up every now and then. And I've also added a reward to make me do a specific tour in a category of your choosing. That being said, let me check something real quick. Okay. Just had to add like a delay timer on those rewards. So we have discovery tours categories: daily life, politics and philosophy, art, religion and myths, famous cities, and battles and wars. And if we look over to the timeline order, we have this over here, which of course spans like much longer than just 431 BC. We get a background on the Minoan civilization in 2700 to 1350 BC. So it actually does cover some of the time we didn't really see in the Egyptian games we played. And the Bronze Age, which also covers more of that.
Run! Go! Get to the chopper!
Hey there, Dr. Darling, welcome in. Is Marcos available? Not quite yet, but I can showcase in a second which characters are available. Then we have Olympic Games in 776 BC. And that also covers, or is being covered by the Archaic period of Greece, which is much later than, for instance, the Archaic period in Egypt, which was from about 3000 to 2600. But yeah, that's the thing, you know, those terms of course can't be applied to like a global context, of course. Depending on where you were, development was quite different. Similar to how it was with the evolution. We have the Greco-Persian Wars, predating the Peloponnesian War. Herodotus, who's also often called the father of history. He also coined the word history. The Battle of Thermopylai, also called the Battle of the 300, I guess. Then we have democracy in Athens with Pericles, the leader of democracy. And ultimately the Peloponnesian War and the Battle of Amphipolis. So yeah, those are gonna be the discovery tours we will focus on. I will do some additional ones, of course. But yeah, that's gonna be roughly it. So we're gonna be starting with Knossos and the Minoan civilization. Learn more about the Minoan civilization, as well as the mythological labyrinth and the Minotaur that dwelt within. And then I was gonna showcase the character here that we can choose. Okay, so we have Cassandra Pirate, Alexios Mercenary, the young girl, the young boy, Anfusa, and the Greek tough boy. The Greek tough guy it is. A brawny bruiser who idealizes Heracles, has a passion for poetry but hides it from his friends. But yeah, we're gonna unlock more characters here eventually. Next is gonna be the blacksmith. If you want, you can also choose my horse skin. We got the pale horse, the white, brown, and black. The unicorn as a reward in the discovery tour. That's fitting. I mean, Pegasus I can understand because like based on Greek mythology. But unicorns? Can we do Phobos White? I like the skin here of this one, for sure. So I don't mind choosing that one. Alright, there we are. The Greek tough boy. Learn more about the Minoan civilization as well as the mythological labyrinth and the Minotaur that dwelt within. It's gonna be 8 stations and 15 minutes estimated time. Also, the grunt of a Minotaur was a sound linked to the single moment before death, like the snuffing of a flame. The damp breath blown from his snout would cloud the victim, and then it was all over.
Welcome to Knossos, traveler, where the Minotaur once prowled.
Who are you?
My name is Herodotus, and I am a traveler from Knossos. I retrace the cause of various events, such as wars and great calamities. I describe what I see and record what I'm told, all with the aim of providing a better understanding of why these things occur. Look for me to introduce you to many sites.
No worries, Aya. Hey there, Mitch. Welcome in, dude. Good day. And welcome into the Discovery Tour. We're doing a bit of learning about ancient Greece. And yeah, it's going pretty good. Thank you for asking. We finished all of what we're doing with ancient Egypt for now. That is until we go to AC Origins, which is gonna be next in the timeline order. But yeah, how's it going for you? Hope all is going well. What do you think of this place?
Some say, if you listen closely, you can still hear echoes of the Minotaur's ferocious bellowing. Of course, it may only be a trick of the wind. Perhaps.
Historical Greece is fascinating. It definitely is. It's a setting I've actually looked quite forward to. Because I feel like there's a lot of potential for like political espionage and kind of like, you know, working in the shadows of society type of deal. I would have actually loved for the game to take place during Alexander the Great's time. Because I think it was a more interesting kind of like time of change for Greece. But I think Peloponnesian War is also quite interesting for sure. But yeah, it's certainly a time that has had a huge impact on modern times. A lot of the ideas still prevail. You okay at work right now, in a moment of dead time? I gotcha. That's good to hear. I'm glad that you're doing okay. Hope you enjoy a bit of free time for a bit. Also, how's your AC playthrough going? Have you continued playing any?
Knossos was the seat of the old Minoan civilization, where King Minos once supposedly ruled. These ruins have been the backdrop for many important events in both history and mythology. Look for me when your visit is over, and we'll discuss what you've seen.
This palace, the largest of all palaces, was built in the 17th century BCE and is linked to the legend of King Minos. More than 13,000 square meters, it's made of several rooms around a central courtyard. It's going well. You're left with the last legendary battle on AC Rogue. It is very hard. I don't blame you, like some of the battles, like also in Black Flag, were very, very tricky to complete. But I'm sure you can do it next time. But yeah, no worries, Mitch. Definitely take care. Thank you for dropping by and saying hello. And if you want to check out Carbon, he's also currently playing for the Assassin's Creed games with Assassin's Creed Rogue and I assume Unity next. He's kind of making his way through the series at the moment. Also playing some of the games for the first time.
The island of Crete was first settled around 8000 BCE. Over time, significant towns and maritime trade began to develop. Palaces were built, destroyed, and then rebuilt, culminating in what archaeologists call the Neopalatial period, which began around 1700 BCE. This period lasted for over 300 years and is considered the golden age of Minoan civilization. The largest palace of this period was located in Knossos and featured maze-like complexes of workshops, temples, courts, throne rooms, and living areas, as well as paved roads and advanced plumbing and draining. Trade and external relations were important to the Minoans, and their networks extended across the eastern Mediterranean. As a result, the people of Crete and the lands they traded with often influenced each other and exchanged ideas, usually through peaceful interactions instead of military conflict.
Also the option to learn more and have a look at some of the material, both visual and like extra information. Arthur John Evans was an archaeologist known for his excavations at Knossos from 1900 to 1931. He was so dedicated to his work at the site that he missed his father's funeral to preside over the excavation of Minos' palace. Damn. Arthur Evans named the Minoan civilization after King Minos, but it is unknown what the Minoans called themselves. That's a painting by Balázs Balogh.
The island of Crete was first...
Ike got buffed. Yeah, it's kind of funny that, you know, Icaros is still landing on the character's arm, no matter who they are.
The settlement of Knossos was established as early as the 7th millennium BCE. Today, one of the site's most notable landmarks is the palace ruins, located on the Kafala hill. The ruins are split into two phases: the old palace, which has been poorly preserved, and the new palace. The new palace of Knossos had a surface area of approximately 13,000 square meters, making it the largest Minoan palace. Its focal point was a central court, which was probably used for ceremonial activities. The Minoan palace centers collapsed when Crete was overrun and conquered by a Mycenaean invasion from mainland Greece. However, the date of the final destruction of Knossos' palace is still unknown.
Arthur John Evans oversaw many architectural reconstructions at Knossos, with somewhat mixed results. On the negative side, Evans' restoration of the throne room prioritized how it supposedly looked in the late Bronze Age period, instead of representing the full spectrum of its history. Evans also overemphasized the Minoan identity of the site, leaving out the aspects of Mycenaean culture that influenced Knossos' art and architecture. On the positive side, the site's reconstruction helped save many parts of the site that would have otherwise been lost. Moreover, while the restoration of some art and architecture was inaccurate, it did help evoke the elegance and skill of Minoan architects and painters. Yeah, it's actually first person camera mode. Makes you wonder why they didn't make that into the main game as an option. But I'm sure there's like a mod that probably enables this. You could even like walk around in first person.
During the New Palace phase, the ground floor was dedicated to economic activities and contained large storage rooms. The residential quarters, which notably had toilets, were located southeast of the central court, at the foot of the grand staircase. The palace was lavishly decorated with wall paintings depicting things like bull-related sports and richly dressed women. Large stone horns of consecration, which were important Minoan religious symbols, hung prominently in the west court. Other notable parts of the palace include the theatrical area, which is believed to have served as a viewing space, the tripartite shrine, which was dedicated to the worship of an important Minoan deity historians refer to as the Mother Goddess, and the Piano Nobile, a grand space located on the palace's second floor.
One fresco excavated from Knossos in 1914, Ladies in Blue, has been reproduced for New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art. The copy reproduces and embellishes fragments that were burnt or eroded on the original fresco. Yeah, this particular art style is definitely what I also associate with, like, you know, pictures on, like, pottery, for instance, in ancient Greece. But also reminds me of Hercules, with the, how are they called? With the muses, I guess. The ones kind of like singing of the glory of the main character. In that case, Hercules. Or Heracles.
During his trips to Crete, archaeologist Arthur John Evans discovered several ancient tablets. They eventually led him to define the forms of Minoan writing known as Linear A and Linear B. The Minoans used these forms of writing for recording many things, including business transactions. For example, one clay tablet discovered at the Palace of Knossos was inscribed in Linear B script. The tablet detailed the transfer of coriander, often used in the perfume industry, between a man named Kyprios and another person named Twynon. The deciphering of tablets such as these has given historians great insight into many aspects of Minoan culture and society.
The coriander perfume makes sense though, because it's a pretty fragrant herb. More used in cooking, I guess. But it could definitely be a good perfume, I assume. During the Middle and Late Minoan period, Minoans buried their dead in a terracotta coffin known as a larnax. Many larnax were found buried in a cemetery to the north of the town that surrounded the palace of Knossos. The coffins were shaped like bathtubs or chests, and were often elaborately painted with scenes that were probably chosen for their funerary significance. They were also sometimes buried alongside valuable grave offerings. It is possible the coffins had domesticated uses as well, functioning as either bathtubs or storage chests.
According to myth, the half-man, half-bull Minotaur was born after Queen Pasiphae slept with a bull sent by the gods as punishment upon her. This embarrassed King Minos, but he could not bring himself to kill the Minotaur. Instead, he hid the monster in a labyrinth constructed by Daedalus.
It would have been cool if a game kind of like did more of an explanation as to how the Apple of Eden made their way into these, parts. Because this palace, this labyrinth existed, and it would make sense for the apple to be hidden there or something. And then to cast the illusion of the Minotaur. But I would have minded to learn more about, the backstory of it in the game. Maybe with, some notes or like inscriptions or something. Depictions of bow leaping were prevalent throughout Minoan art, and bow leaping scenes are believed to have decorated the walls above ceremonial bow rings. However, the reasons for engaging in such an activity remain unknown. Mythical bouts like the Minotaur played important roles in Minoan iconography. This is likely due to cattle being a vital asset in the Cretan economy, especially during the Bronze Age. Bow and cattle are even mentioned in various Linear B documents.
Daedalus was an important figure in Greek mythology, an ingenious inventor. He once became so jealous of his similarly clever nephew that he threw him from the top of the Athenian Acropolis. As a consequence, Daedalus was banished from Athens, though this did not prevent him from being able to get work. In Crete, he was hired by Queen Pasiphae to construct an artificial cowsuit that would allow her to seduce a bull she was particularly taken with due to a curse from the gods. Daedalus complied, and his invention helped facilitate the birth of the Minotaur. Afterwards, Minos conscripted Daedalus to build the labyrinth, presumably as penance for his role in creating the Minotaur. But perhaps the most well-known story about Daedalus involves his son, Icaros, who used wings built by his father and flew too close to the sun, thus plummeting into the sea.
Ah, yeah. Makes sense, doesn't it? Also, like, threw him from the Acropolis of Athens, like his nephew, because he was jealous. But then he still got work. Much of the story of Daedalus, as we know it, comes from the Roman poet Ovid. While older versions of the story exist in ancient Greek sources, they vary wildly in their telling and often contradict each other when it comes to specific details. Makes sense. Myth becoming legend, being told so often that every detail gets slightly changed.
Sometime after the birth of the Minotaur, King Minos' son Androgeos was killed in Athens by the same bull that impregnated his mother. An infuriated Minos demanded that Athens send 7 of their noblest men and 7 of their most virtuous women to Knossos every year. After being carried to Crete aboard a ship with black sails, the men and women would then be cast into the labyrinth to be eaten by the Minotaur.
Jesus. That is a truly fucked up story. In a literal sense. You know, with a Minotaur being created as a result of a woman having a cow suit on. And then doing it with a bow. Athens donating of youthful men and women to Crete may have been based on a real payment of tribute to the Aegeans' dominant trading power in the Bronze Age Greece. However, this is only a theory.
One of the Athenian youths chosen to be imprisoned in the labyrinth, Theseus, had enough of the morbid ritual. Before leaving Athens, he proclaimed he would kill the Minotaur, then return to his city on a ship flying white sails. Before entering the labyrinth, Theseus met King Minos' daughter, Ariadne, who fell madly in love with him. Ariadne provided Theseus with a thread he could unravel to help him find his way back out of the maze. Armed with this thread, Theseus entered the labyrinth, killed the Minotaur, escaped the maze, and set sail for Athens with Ariadne by his side.
The Minotaur's death. After successfully killing the Minotaur, Theseus set sail for Athens with Ariadne, but stopped in Knossos for a long celebration. Due to the many hours of feasting and drinking, Ariadne fell asleep and forgot to return to Theseus' boat, which departed for Athens without her. In another version of the story, Theseus deliberately left Ariadne behind. When Theseus realized what he had done to Ariadne, he was so distraught that he forgot to change his ship's sails from black to white. When his father, King Aegeus, saw the ominous black sails on Theseus' ship, he presumed his son was dead and, fraught with grief, threw himself into the sea.
I see you found your way through the maze of ruins. The Minoans played a large part in shaping Greek myths, but also in introducing influences from other places and cultures. Now, what else would you like to do?
At the end of each tour, you have the option to take a short, light-hearted quiz. Right or wrong, your host will tell you more about each answer you give. Tours for which you have completed this quiz will have a quiz complete state. Yeah, let's do it.
You want to test yourself? Very well. Let's begin with a simple question. On which island was Knossos located?
The island of Crete.
Yes, Knossos was located on the island of Crete. Time for another question. Which hero killed the Minotaur?
Theseus.
Correct. Theseus slew the Minotaur, then escaped the labyrinth thanks to some thread from Ariadne. Now for the last question. What did Daedalus build for Queen Pasiphae?
A cow suit, so she could get impregnated by a bull. We'll never forget that.
Yes. Daedalus made Pasiphae a cowsuit, so she could seduce the bull she was cursed to love. Congratulations, traveler. You are a true student of history.
The important details of this quiz and tour. That's all for now.
Farewell, traveler. I hope you enjoyed exploring the ruins.
Explore the world. Press start to see what other tours are available in the world. Complete tours and discovery sites to unlock new characters and mounts. Ah, we unlocked Praxilla. As a new character. Ah, the blacksmith is one of the daily life tours, I see. Okay, let's go and change to Praxilla for now, until the characters change again. Alright, so that's the first part of the historical timeline done with Knossos and the Minoan civilization. Next we have Mycenae. And that's during the Bronze Age, the late Bronze Age, I guess, from 1700 to 1200 BCE. I have to say, you know, like playing some other historical games for a bit and then going back to Assassin's Creed, even if it's AC Odyssey, it's just amazing, you know, like the lengths they go to create these settings. And even in AC Odyssey can't deny that they've done a great amount of research and ultimately, you know, created a really stunning version of a time. Of course, wish they went like less heavy on some of the exaggerated, ridiculous elements, but you know, overall, of course, it's like still very spot on. And you gotta give this game also credit. But just something I think is amazing in all the games of the AC series, just like how they create the game worlds and the settings. Mynae, or Mycenae, one of the remnants of it, a place that was in ruins even in the time of antiquity. So we're currently in Argolis, and there are 6 stations and an estimated time of 20 minutes, which is gonna be longer because I'm also reading stuff.
Welcome, traveler, to the ruins of Mynae.
Mynae, okay. What do you think of this place?
It is humbling to stand in the remnants of such a great civilization. Looking at these ruins, I am reminded that the past is never as far behind us as we think.
I would like to begin the tour.
These are the ruins of Mynae, center of the old Mycenaean civilization. It was home to great warriors and heroes. In many ways, places like Athens and Sparta stand on the shoulders of its accomplishments. This tour will take you through its ruins and introduce you to its most important monuments, revealing its history in the process. I hope you enjoy yourself. I'll be waiting for you at the end of your visit.
The Mycenaean civilization flourished in the Late Bronze Age between 1600 and 1200 BCE. During this period, it was mainly located in the Peloponnese and central Greece. Mycenaeans were known for exploring distant lands. Notably, they battled the Hittite allied city of Walusa in a conflict that was believed to be the inspiration for Homer's Trojan War. But the Mycenaean people didn't only travel to fight. They learned much from their neighbors, the Minoans of Crete, such as how to write syllabic script on clay tablets. Such tablets provide evidence that Mycenaeans spoke an early form of Greek. They also tell of how great Mycenaean kings ruled over their warriors from opulent palaces in places like Mycenae, Thebes, and Knossos.
Mycenaean warriors roamed the seas on 20 to 50 odd galleys. Knowledge about their various ventures abroad can be traced back to many sources, such as cargo from Bronze Age shipwrecks and Egyptian pharaonic artifacts discovered in Mycenaean palaces. There we go, our first connection over to ancient Egypt and the pharaonic artifacts. Not you know, what we can see in the picture, but of course what is being mentioned. But yeah, trade between Egypt and Greece, of course, was very prevalent.
The entrance to Agamemnon's citadel, or the Lion Gate, is one of the most iconic monuments in Mycenae. It is impressive for both its height and for the intimidating rendering on its relief, which depicts two lions standing on either side of a column. Unfortunately, the lions' heads, which were presumably made of a precious metal or higher quality stone, have been lost to time. The gate was most likely meant to greet a triumphant king returning home from successful military campaigns and to awe foreign visitors.
The Lion Gate. The Lion Gate was described by the traveler Pausanias in the 2nd century current era. He stated that the two animals on the relief were lions, but it is unknown if their heads were still in place at the time. Numerous seals and carved gems from the 30th century BCE depicted similar images of lions, panthers, and griffins. There were also other gates guarded by lions in the eastern Mediterranean, such as the one in Hattusa, the capital of the Hittite Empire.
When these shafts were discovered by archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann in 1876, he believed the 6 gold-filled graves to be connected with the family of the great king Agamemnon, even going so far as to proclaim a gold mask he found within to be the death mask of Agamemnon. However, this was refuted by later excavations, which showed that the 19 bodies buried in the shafts dated back to a few hundred years before Agamemnon was even born. In fact, at the time of the body's burial, the Lion Gate and the citadel walls had not even been built yet. It's estimated that the people in the graves were members of the first Mycenaean dynasty. The graves later became a place of worship for Mycenaean kings, who raised walls to protect them. These walls helped preserve several incredible artifacts, including women's jewelry, death masks, and masterfully crafted weapons.
Fun fact, but the excavator called Heinrich Schliemann is actually someone that a person I know of is related to. But he wasn't that nice of a fella in terms of like what he went through to do his excavations. But that of course wasn't uncommon. The artifacts found in the grave circles are noteworthy for their monetary value, but also because some of them feature detailed fighting and hunting scenes that help historians better understand the life of early Mycenaean elites. Shaft grave burials were eventually abandoned around 1500 BCE and replaced with more prestigious Pylos tombs.
By 1250 BCE, Mycenae was at the height of its power, and its living quarters and workshops were numerous. Houses were built everywhere, from the top of the palace's hill near the king's residence, to the slopes and terraces within the walls, to the nearby hills outside the citadel. At one point, the citadel's walls even had to be enlarged to make room for more quarters. The people who lived inside the citadel were those with high status in either the military, religious, or administrative sectors of the kingdom. This is reflected by the ceramic and metal vessels inside the houses, as well as their painted plastered walls.
Habitations. The citadel of Mynae around 1250 BCE, painting by below. Oh damn, that looks very impressive. I love the design of a fort actually, of a fortification walls in a palace. And the way it's like built into the mountain. It's quite reminiscent to the monastery we saw yesterday in the ancient Egyptian documentary on National Geographic. It was built in the shadows of the mountains of Sinai.
A traveler seeking an audience with the king would have first ascended a steep ramp from the Lion Gate to the citadel's summit. Here, they would have walked into the palatial complex through a grand entrance called the Propylon. Once inside, their gaze would immediately be drawn to the palace's main hall, a monumental area known as the Megaron. The vividly decorated Megaron, which glittered with precious objects and colorful frescoes in its heyday, was where the king would have received the traveler. If the king was feeling generous, he would have shared with the visitor the palace's most marvelous feature, its commanding and majestic view, which stretched from the plain of Argolis to the gleaming Aegean Sea.
That would be quite the sight. The Megaron Palace was an architectural wonder in its time, especially in regards to the preparation work that had to be done before its construction. The hill the palace was built on was steep and rugged, so some of the buildings had to be placed on artificial terraces supported by walls. Unfortunately, these preparations didn't save the palace from an earthquake around 1200 BCE. The quake destroyed much of the structure, including part of the domos and prodomos. As a result, historians have had to draw comparisons with better preserved palaces across Greece to fully reconstruct the palace in Mynae.
It was in this palace where a legendary Mycenaean king like Agamemnon would have held court. According to Homer and other poets, Agamemnon led the Greeks in the sack of Troy. Stories say that he was a fearsome warrior on par with Achilles, but also an overly ambitious and arrogant ruler. He sacrificed his own daughter, Iphigenia, to convince Artemis to grant his ships passage to Troy. After conquering the city, he returned to Mycenae with mounds of riches, and a Trojan named Cassandra as his concubine. Agamemnon's wife Clytemnestra was not pleased with her husband's sacrifice of their daughter. She plotted to murder her husband out of anger. The plot was successful, and, depending on the version of the story, Agamemnon was either murdered in his bath by Clytemnestra or killed by his cousin Aegisthus during a banquet.
He's also supposedly one of the early guys of the Cult of Knossos or something. I saw that in the timeline order on the AC wiki, that Agamemnon is one of the guys being worshipped by the Cult of Knossos. while Agamemnon is one of the principal characters in the Iliad, his development from a harsh, stubborn leader to a wise and confident ruler is mostly overshadowed by the exploits of Achilles. Despite attempts to link buildings and artifacts from Mycenae with the legendary Agamemnon, there's no conclusive proof of a historical Mycenaean king who could have inspired the Homeric character. Nevertheless, there are some clues that such a ruler existed. Some Hittite letters mention a great king of Ahiyava, as well as everlasting disputes over the town of Velusa, which is believed by modern scholars to be the inspiration for Homer's Troy. So many pronunciation mistakes by Ubisoft, you can't stand it. Yeah, they're not even consistent in them either, right? Like one says Mycenae, the other says Mycenae. Difficult for me to know which one is the right one. But very common in like English narrated documentaries. Like whenever I watch any, really, they often, butcher the pronunciation or just like use, very like English style of pronunciation. But yeah, I can't really say that I know it better. But I can see how as a native, would be a bit painful to listen to.
I trust it was an eye-opening experience. Though it did not last, Mycenae was a sort of precursor to what would eventually become the Greek civilization we know today. It's important we remember them, if only to avoid repeating their mistakes. Now, what else would you like to do?
So it's pronounced Iphigenia or Iphigenia. Iphigenia. So Iphigenia. I mean, that's pretty similar to how we would pronounce it in Germany, I guess. Iphigenia. Okay, let's do a quiz.
Then let's begin. First, I have quite a simple question. Which ancient city may have been the inspiration for Homer's depiction of Troy? Which ancient city may have been the inspiration for Homer's depiction of Troy?
Velusa.
Yes, the Mycenaeans' conflict with the city of Velusa allegedly inspired Homer's Trojan War. Now, for the second question. Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to convince which god to allow him to proceed to Troy?
Artemis?
Yes, Agamemnon sacrificed Iphigenia to reconcile with Artemis, who then allowed his ships to pass to Troy. Now, one last question. What was the name of Agamemnon's Trojan concubine?
Cassandra?
Correct. Following the sack of Troy, Agamemnon sailed home with a Trojan prophetess named Cassandra. You've studied the ruins well, traveler. Then, I suppose this is farewell. At least for now. Safe travels.
Oh, we locked Pythagoras. Nice. A real philosopher, scientist, and mathematician, big into triangles. Foundation of a site. There are several legends regarding the founding of Mynae. The most popular story involves Perseus, the great hero and slayer of Medusa. After Perseus unintentionally killed his grandfather, he exchanged realms with his relative Megapentus. When he arrived in his new lands, he dropped the cap of his sword scabbard, called Mynae in Greek. Interpreting the event as a good omen, Perseus decided to build a city. In another version of the city, Perseus picked up a mushroom, also called Mynae, and drank the water that flowed from it. With his thirst quenched, the hero decided that the land from which the mushroom grew was a suitable place to establish his new capital. Oh, we locked Phoebe. Another new character. Ah yeah, Pythagoras just doing some parkour. Classic. Alright, so that finishes the late Bronze Age here. From there we're moving on to the Olympic Games. And we're already now in the year 776 BCE, which is the first Olympic Games. So let's go to Olympia. It's also after the Geometric period and at the very start of the Archaic period, lasting from 800 to 490 BC. 490 BC, of course, being also the year of the Battle of Marathon, which is also going to be another tour we can... Ah yeah, that's going to be the next tour after this one. Oil up for Sparta. I likes to be oiled. Hey there, Ronan, welcome in. There's actually a character model that looks very similar to Testicles that you can choose to play as in the Discovery Tour mode. So every time I see that dude, it definitely reminds me of I likes to be oiled. Oh, Barnabas. I'm actually in Elise right now. Take a day-by-day look at the prestigious Olympic Games. Couldn't have timed it better because the Olympic Games, of course, currently are also happening in France.
Hail, friend, and welcome to Olympia, home of the Olympic Games.
Who are you?
My name is Barnabas, and I'm a ship captain. Don't be fooled by my eye. Though I've seen my share of combat, I mostly stick to trading these days. Well, trading and introducing visitors like you to wonderful sights like this.
What do you think of this place?
I've often dreamed of competing in the games. If my sight was better, my legs and arms were stronger, and my coin purse was fatter. But that is not what the gods want, so I continue making the best of the path they've laid out for me.
I would like to begin the tour.
We're standing in the main section of Olympia, where the Olympic Games themselves took place.
Over the course of the festival, athletes competed against each other for prestige and glory to honor themselves and their cities. Enjoy your visit, friend. I'll check in when you're done to make sure you've been paying attention.
The first day of the Olympic Festival began with a swearing-in ceremony for the participating athletes, trainers, and judges. The ceremony took place in front of the altar of Zeus Horkios, or Zeus of the Oath. Athletes would swear that they would follow the Olympic rules, while judges promised to be fair and unbiased. Then the competitions began, starting with a contest between heralds and trumpeters over who would have the privilege of announcing the games. The first day's athletic competitions consisted of wrestling, running, and boxing events for the youngest athletes, aged 12 to 18.
The competition of heralds and trumpeters was introduced to the Olympic Games in 396 BCE. The winners of the contest were chosen based on their loudness and clarity. During the games, the trumpeter's main purpose was to demand the audience attention, while the herald announced the start of the competitions. The herald also proclaimed the names, fathers, and hometowns of the victorious athletes during the final crowning ceremony.
The second day began with a grand procession into the Hippodrome to celebrate the start of the popular equestrian events. The most anticipated and spectacular of these was the Quadriga, a four-horse chariot race. Horse racing events were unique in that the winner was not the most skilled jockey, but the owner of the fastest horse or chariot. The Spartan princess Caniska once took advantage of this loophole to skirt the rule that women weren't allowed to compete, and earned 2 Olympic victories in the process. The rule also allowed for occasionally strange results, like in 416 BCE, when the statesman Alcibiades entered 7 chariots into a race and won first, second, and fourth place. After the equestrian competitions, the 40,000 spectators migrated to the stadium to watch the pentathlon events. When the day's events were over, funeral rites were performed for the hero Pylos, the mythical founder of the Olympic Games. The night ended with a celebratory feast and a great parade in honor of the day's victors.
It definitely sounds like an Alcibiades thing to do. To just get like, 7 chariots in the race. Of maybe like, I don't know, 14 competitors. What is the chance of one of them winning first place? The Athenian statesman Alcibiades once bought and rode 7 chariots in a race. This turned out to be a good investment as his purchases ended up winning first, second, and fourth place. Alcibiades' victory earned him an enormous feast and an equally enormous boost in popularity. He leveraged this popularity to wield considerable power over Athens' other politicians, and would often reference this Olympic feat to get people to take his side on a variety of issues. This backfired spectacularly when Alcibiades convinced Athens to send a military expedition to Sicily. The expedition ended in a disaster and signaled the beginning of the end of Athens' power. Damn. Kinda forgot about this. So Alcibiades was in parts responsible for the downfall of Athens. Not the Alcibiades as portraited in the game. It's definitely interesting because it all or most of the game takes place in a very short amount of time, right? Like it's supposed to take place primarily in 431 BCE. And they just said that it was like in 410s that Alcibiades has done the whole like Olympic thing. So technically it would have been about 20 years, you know, later or so. 15 to 20 maybe. But yeah, it's definitely like not really consistent as well, because Socrates is shown as like this, you know, older philosopher type of dude. But he was actually fighting during the Peloponnesian War. Like he was a soldier at the time. As far as I know, at least. So definitely take those depictions with a grain of salt.
Victory at the Olympic Games was one of the highest honors a mortal could achieve, and there were several ways to immortalize that honor. Some athletes had statues erected of themselves, while others commissioned poets to write them victory odes. Oral tradition was very important to the Greeks. These odes, called eponychia, were often composed by the finest poets in the land, such as Pindar, Simonides, and Bacchylides. They were usually played at banquets and celebrations attended by the triumphant athlete or upon his departure from Olympia.
Pindar was a Greek poet who originally hailed from Thebes. He was very sought after in his time and composed several odes for victorious athletes. Pindar's popularity earned him commissions all over Greece, from Sicily in the west, all the way to Cyrene in north of Africa. Many of the commissions were from members of the ruling aristocracy, such as Hieron of Syracuse, for whom Pindar composed 4 odes.
The pentathlon took place at the stadium on the second day. As its name implies, it was made up of 5 events: discus throwing, javelin throwing, jumping, racing, and wrestling. There are several differences between the ancient version of events and their contemporary counterparts. For example, ancient long jumpers held weights in their hands to give them momentum to launch, since there was no run-up before the jump. Similarly, if an athlete won the first 3 events, they were immediately declared the winner, instead of being judged by their overall performance in all 5 events. Running events work the same as they do today, with the notable exception of all the athletes being nude. As for wrestling, competitors were not divided by weight class as they are today, but instead by age. The winner was the first to throw his opponent to the ground 3 times.
Of course they had to be nude. I mean, it's ancient Greece we're talking about. The pentathlon. earlier Olympic Games were only open to adult men. At the 37th Olympiad in 632 BCE, Hades, young boys were welcome to compete in stadium races and wrestling, albeit in a separate category from the older competitors. The youngest competitor to ever win an Olympic event was Damiscos of Mycenae, who won the stadium race in 368 BCE at the age of 12. He continued to win well into the adulthood, contradicting Aristotle's belief that a child athlete's success never carried over into adulthood. You heard that? That's good, Dr. Darling. I'm glad he did.
Day 3 started with the most important event of the festival. A procession of Hellenodikai, ambassadors, competitors, and animals made their way to the great altar in front of the Temple of Zeus. The animals were then offered as the official sacrifice of the festival. The afternoon of Day 3 was dedicated to foot racing events. Running was the oldest event of the Games, and in fact was the only event at the first Olympics. The main race was called the Stadion, which was a sprint of around 180 meters. The winner was granted the honor of lending his name to the 4-year period between the Games. This period was known as the Olympiad. The 4 years that followed the first Games in 776 BCE were known as the Olympiad of Coroebus of Elis, the first Olympic champion. Once all the competitions were over, a public banquet was held in the Prytaneon to celebrate the day's victors.
Running events were categorized by length. The stadium race was named after its unit of measurement. In Greece, a stadium was equal to about 180 meters. The Diolos race was twice the distance of a stadium, as runners had to run the length of a track and then run back. Its name was derived from the olos, a flute whose V-shape matched the round trip of the race. The Dolichos was a long-distance race where competitors ran approximately 20 or 24 times the length of a stadium. Since it was less exciting to watch than a shorter, fast-paced race, the Dolichos served as an opening event.
Day 4 was mainly for combat events. Wrestling matches were held in the morning, followed by boxing and pankration. Pankration was a no-holds-barred mix between wrestling and boxing. Almost all moves were permitted, except for biting, poking the eyes or mouth, and striking the genitals. The event was very popular, and it was seen as the ultimate expression of strength and technique. Later on in the afternoon, there was a unique racing event called the Hoplitodromos, or race in armor. In this event, competitors wore a helmet and held a shield to simulate running in the battlefield.
You know, back when I played Completionist Odyssey and I went back and forth between the Discovery Tour and the game, for instance, I tried to do the Olympic Games and Olympic Games happened in the game. And it was like so far detached from how it's displayed here, you know, like there's so much potential for quests they could have done in regards to the Olympic Games, you know. But the only thing we went with was a Pancration and just like boxing, and that was like the entire Olympics pretty much. But yeah, also like holding a shield, you know, can't make that of course an option for just a mission. The Hoplitodromos originated in 520 BCE at the 65th Olympiad. It consisted of 25 competitors running the same length as the Diolos race, while carrying bronze shields provided for them from the Temple of Zeus. The Hoplitodromos was emblematic of a close relationship in Greece between sports and war. Both shared qualities admired by the Greeks, such as effort, endurance, and courage.
The Hellenodikai, or judges of the Greeks, were both the game's adjudicators and their organizers. They hailed from Elis, the city in charge of the sanctuary of Olympia, and new judges were elected each Olympiad. They had several responsibilities. Before the game started, they decided which athletes would be allowed to compete and supervise their training. They also drew lots to make the competition brackets. During the games themselves, they picked the winners and kept an eye out for foul play. For the latter, they were assisted by stick and whip-wielding umpires who stood near the athletes and punished them if they were caught cheating.
Then collected money from them to build the statue of Zeus. Athletes came to Olympia in pursuit of glory, but sometimes their pursuit was fatal. There was always a chance of death at the games, and some events like boxing and pankration were extremely dangerous. Competitors were aware of this danger and some even embraced it. In fact, before events, many athletes prayed for Zeus to grant them either victory or death. Arguably the most infamous death was that of Arechion, a two-time Pancratian champion. Arechion was looking to win a third title for himself in 564 BCE. He made it all the way to the final match, but then his opponent put him in a stranglehold. Desperate to escape, Arechion kicked hard at his opponent's foot, dislocating it in the process. The pain caused the opponent to submit to the umpires, but at the same time Arechion tried twisting out of the grip. The movement snapped Arechion's neck and killed him, but since his opponent had submitted mere seconds before, Arechion was still declared the victor. Jesus Christ. There'll be one awful way to die.
Μάλλον το αίμα αυτό λέγω. Εγώ προγυμνάζω εν ορνήθιο. Γιατί το πάλε προγυμναστής λιπαρού χείρου. Πού με έμεινε με εγώ προγυμνάζω εν ορνήθιο. Γιατί το πάλε
Victory in Olympia was one of the most prestigious honors in all of Greece. Not only would victors be showered in glory in their home city, but their names would be known across Greece. The temptation to glory led some athletes to break their oath to Zeus and cheat. This could be dangerous, as there were many possible punishments should cheaters be caught. They could be disqualified and fined, or if they were caught cheating during a match, they would be beaten by nearby umpires. The most powerful deterrent of cheating, however, was shame. At the foot of Mount Knossos, and on the way to the stadium, were a group of bronze statues called Zanes, the plural of Zeus. These statues were inscribed with the names of the cheating athletes, how they cheated, and the fine that was imposed. The Zanes, which were funded by cheaters' fines, were strategically placed to be highly visible. Individuals or even entire cities could be found guilty of cheating.
Entire cities? Jesus. Or maybe if they conspired, you know, it's like, our city has to win. So gonna have like an elaborate plot to win the Olympics by cheating. It's kind of funny though they like, you know, openly presented here. I like the idea of exposing the guys that did. Never given like a chance again. Ambition sometimes led athletes to bribery. This was seen as extremely odious, as the game started with them swearing an oath to Zeus himself that they would follow the rules. Holy McGuire is like, I love about cheating. I love cheating. Hey there, Mr. Goody, welcome in, dude. How's it going today? Even so, corruption still found its way into the games. Both the boxer Pylos of Thessaly and the Pancratius Callippos of Athens paid other competitors to let them win.
You little punk.
Hella decay could also be corrupted, although incidences of them cheating were less common. For example, in 372 BCE, a judge was suspected of corruption when he won 2 horse races, and as a consequence, his right to buy horses and chariots was suspended. You little punk. Yeah, these cheaters are punks. Definitely still got timing, Mr. Goody.
The Prytaneion was the administrative center of the cult of Olympia and the Olympic Games. The building housed the sanctuary's priests as well as the game's officials. It was also used to stage the grand banquet held on the evening of the 3rd day to honor victors. It also had a sacred function. Its central chamber was the location of the Fire of Hestia, a sacred flame that burned day and night. This fire was used to light the other altars around the sanctuary. This practice may have partially inspired the modern tradition of carrying the Olympic torch.
Fun fact, but this year the Olympic torch was carried by Snoop Dogg and an assassin inspired by Arno. What times we're living in. Public and private banquets played different roles in Greek society. Private banquets were held for aristocrats to meet, discuss ideas, and display their wealth and power. Public banquets, on the other hand, were usually organized by the state and thrown for civic, religious, and political reasons. They also helped reinforce a sense of unity and social order. The religious aspects of public banquets were reflected in their meals, which usually consisted of meat left over from an earlier animal sacrifice.
Τραγωδία ανέρεσης εστί. Εστί μιασμός, μυτιόμενος συνακλονίσει την ισορροπία του πνεύματος. Τας γυναίκας διαθέκεσαι, πόρωτα, το αυτό και της δούλης.
Hello again! I hope you enjoyed your visit. With their spectacular events and lavish banquets, the Olympic Games were a feast for the senses. I am certain even Zeus himself was entertained by the festivities. Now, is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'm ready for a quiz.
Wonderful! Let the mental Olympics begin. Let's start with an easy one. Which notable woman won an event in the Games?
Well, Athena, it wasn't. Because Athena is the goddess. Aspasia is the wife of Pericles and wasn't the one, I'm quite sure. So it's Kniska or Gorgo, but I don't remember quite which one. Oh, whoops, the game minimized. Sorry about that. Could be one of those trick questions because every name is like ending with A, which is usually like a female version. So I'm gonna go with Gorgo.
Gorgo was a Spartan queen and the wife of Leonidas. There is no record of her winning an Olympic event. Keep trying.
Okay, so it was Kniska then.
Correct. She won 2 equestrian events thanks to her savvy horse purchases. This next question is slightly more challenging. Which of the following is not a famous Greek poet?
Brasidas? Brasidas, of course, one of the Spartan, warriors and commanders during the Peloponnesian War.
You are right. Thrasidas was a renowned Spartan general, and he didn't have time for rhymes and pretty words. Time for the final question. How many events were in the pentathlon?
Five?
Yes. The Greek word for pende means 5, and the pentathlon had 5 events. Well done, my friend. You truly possess a sharp mind. Very well. Safe travels, my friend.
Well, like the Athenian soldier. Nice.
You're pathetic.
Oi. No, you are pathetic. Hey there, Seraph, welcome in. Okay, let's go and change to the Athenian soldier then. And then we're gonna have a look at the next event in timeline order.
Where did you learn to fight? The brothel?
That's probably what Cassandra said to her opponent in the Pancratian during the Olympic Games. Where did you learn to fight? The brothel? Alright, so that means we're now already moving to the year 490 BC, with the Battle of Marathon and the end of the Archaic period, which is also the beginning of the Greco-Persian Wars lasting about 11 years. Passes the quiz. Pathetic.
You lack anything remotely resembling a brain!
I like how the same dude's 2 times. He just had to rub that one in there. Another time. Sarah woke up angry. Or maybe hangry. Hungry and angry. Please, sir, I'm poor and sick and hungry. And angry. Oi, I wanna loot this. I need the resources. But it's definitely weird seeing this not being able to like loot it in Odyssey. Used your own time zone. What kind of citizen was that? It was like a very desperate, scared kind of citizen or something. Citizen. Mission success. Also, just gonna check one thing here real quick. Okay. The Battle of Marathon. Explore Marathon, the site of one of the Greeks' most infamous battles against the Persians.
Welcome, traveler, to the site of the legendary Battle of Marathon.
The face of my character wall. Thanks for the lurk, Seraph, and hope you enjoy your rest if you're catching a bit more sleep. I've never seen anyone stream the Discovery Tours of Ubisoft games. It's not very common to find, I guess. So I streamed all of the Discovery Tour of Origins and Outer Sea, and some parts of Valhalla before. But I didn't do everything in Valhalla. But this time when I get to Valhalla, I would like to do the Discovery Tours alongside the historical events. Which also might give us a bit of an idea about how we can handle some of the story arcs in what order. These tours are a marathon. They definitely are. And now there's gonna be a battle at a marathon. What do you think of this place, Herodotus?
It's truly incredible that such a small place would have such tremendous significance. But then again, even the tiniest pebble can send ripples through the water.
I would like to begin the tour. And also give me just 1 sec.
Come at me, bro!
Alright, I'm back. Let's begin the tour of the Battle of Marathon.
Marathon was the location of one of the greatest battles in Greek history. It was here where Athenians made a stand against the might of an imposing Persian fleet. Your visit will take you through the causes of the conflict, the battle itself, and its far-reaching consequences. I will see you again once you're through. Farewell for now.
In 490 BCE, 600 Persian triremes landed on a beach 35 kilometers north of Athens. Standing in their way were 11,000 hoplites led by the prestigious Athenian general Miltiades. The Persian forces outnumbered the Greeks approximately 5-1, and yet the smaller force managed to push back their would-be conquerors. The Battle of Marathon was a major turning point in the Greco-Persian Wars, and the Athenians' victory would be celebrated for many years. The modern-day distance-running event is named a marathon in memory of a soldier from the battle who ran back to Athens to announce their victory, though whether this is real or legend is uncertain.
The Persian army had many bow-wielding horsemen. Because of this, its forces were very mobile and especially effective on the dry and rocky terrain of Middle East. However, Persian cavalry was much less comfortable in the mountainous regions and wooded areas.
The Persians wanted to invade Greece in part due to its rich silver mines. In 545 BCE, they came closer to this goal after their victory over Croesus, the king of Lydia. The victory forced some Greek populations in Asia Minor to surrender and gave the Persians a solid foothold to carry out a large-scale invasion. In 494 BCE, the city of Miletus revolted against its Persian rulers. They were aided by Athens and the nearby city of Eretria, and even burned down an important Persian temple. The Persian king Darius was enraged by their sacrilege, and in 491 BCE, sent messengers to the Greek cities demanding their submission. Athens and Sparta killed the Persian messengers, goading Darius to invade. The Persians began their attacks, first capturing the city of Knossos and enslaving its inhabitants, then taking the city of Eretria. Filled with confidence from their string of victories, the Persians set their sights on Athens.
The Persian king Darius proclaimed that he was chosen by the god Ahura Mazda to be king of kings and master of the world. He did his best to live up to those titles and conquered Egypt, Babylonia, the Lydian sections of Asia Minor, as well as several smaller states. Darius allowed the subjects a fair amount of autonomy, but also demanded yearly tributes as well as troops in the event of a war.
The Greeks were surprised by the ferocity of the Persian attacks. Seeking aid against the upcoming invasion, Athens was forced to appeal to other cities for help. In a surprising move, they asked for aid from Sparta, known for having the strongest army in Greece. The Spartans agreed to the request, but they were unable to send reinforcements in time due to the religious feast of Apollo Knossos, which forbade them from leaving their city until the next full moon. The only extra help Athens managed to acquire was from the small Boeotian city of Plataea, which sent an additional 1,000 hoplites. This was the first time in Greek history that their entire civilization was under attack from an external invader. Despite sharing the same language and same religion, Greek city-states had often warred amongst themselves. The Persian invasion was the first time they realized the necessity of collective action to ensure their survival.
It's like, fuck, I can't attack my neighbor anymore. We're gonna be both taken over by the Persians. Let's unite them, but only this time, and then let's start war against each other again later. Plataea was the site of the famous Battle of Plataea, one of the most important battles in the Greco-Persian Wars. The battle ended in a decisive victory for the Greeks who managed to successfully repel the Persian invaders. Indeed, let's unite and do some manly chants.
The Persian fleet originally planned to land at the port of Phaleron. However, the exiled Athenian tyrant Hippias, who sided with the Persians, advised them to land at Marathon instead, where it would be easier to deploy cavalry. The Athenians were unaware of the Persian battle plans and left Marathon undefended. This allowed the Persians to quietly set up camp on the beach, while Athens scrambled to mount a defense.
For a while, Phaleron served as Athens' main port. This changed after the general and politician Themistocles encouraged the development of the natural harbors of Piraeus. Piraeus turned into a bustling port of its own, and Phaleron was gradually abandoned.
The Persians' overwhelming numerical superiority forced the Athenians to get creative with their defensive strategy. The city sent 10,000 hoplites, along with the extra 1,000 Plataean reinforcements, to a hill located above the Persian encampment. Once in position, Athenians had to decide whether to wait for the Persians to attack or to strike them first. Athens' strategists believed the former option was better, but the general Miltiades believed a first strike was more advantageous, as the Persians had their backs to the sea. In the end, Miltiades' opinion prevailed, and the Greeks made their move.
The Athenian strategy. Before the Battle of Marathon, the general Miltiades was suspected of aspiring to tyranny. After his victory, however, he returned to Athens a hero. Miltiades took advantage of the newfound popularity to request a large fleet. While he kept the reasons for his request a secret, it was eventually revealed that he was using Athenian military resources to wage a personal war against the city of Pylos. Miltiades' siege of Pylos was unsuccessful, and the general suffered an injury that later led to a gangrene. When he returned to Athens, he was put on trial for his actions, and though he managed to avoid the death penalty, he was charged with an enormous fine. He died shortly thereafter. Damn. Way to ruin your reputation.
According to Herodotus, the Greek forces charged at the Persians without archers or cavalry. The Persians were unprepared for what they saw as an act of madness. While they were able to hold the Greeks back at first, they were eventually pushed back to their ships and forced to retreat. The Persians suffered heavy losses during the battle, with approximately 6,400 casualties. The Athenians, on the other hand, only lost 192 soldiers.
Damn. Holy shit. That's a crazy ratio. The Spartans that Athens called on for aid did eventually make it to Marathon, but only after the battle was over. According to Herodotus, the Spartans toured the battlefield, praised the Athenians on their victory, and then departed. It's like, let's make our way from Sparta to Marathon, which is quite a distance, but then be too late for the battle. And just be like, whoa, well played, I guess. We're gone.
The victory at Marathon was considered miraculous. The Greeks attributed this miracle to the appearance of legendary heroes who they allegedly saw return from the dead to fight at their side in defense of the city. For example, several Athenians swore they saw the mythical king Theseus take up arms at Marathon, a scene which would later be depicted in Athens' Agora. Similarly, some hoplites attested that Heracles appeared at Marathon, clad in his lion's skin and wielding a club. The supposed appearance of these heroes helped elevate the Battle of Marathon to a legendary status among the Greek people.
Of course they saw, all of these great heroes fight alongside them. Adrenaline is one hell of a drug. Heracles was renowned for his heroic feats and labors, but his death was surprisingly tragic. According to legend, Heracles' third wife, Deianira, was worried that her husband was having an affair. Hoping to rekindle their love, Deianira gave Heracles a garment stained with the blood of a centaur he once killed named Knossos. Unfortunately, the blood was poisoned, and after putting the garment on, Heracles' skin began burning. The pain was so unbearable that Heracles made a funeral pyre for himself on Mount Oeta, then ordered Philoctetes to light it. The fire burned Heracles' mortal body, but Zeus raised his immortal side to Olympus. Jesus. So, just because she worried he was having an affair, she decided to kill him, even though it wasn't, proven, apparently. It's Pheinira. Ah, it's a Pheinira. Interesting that the D is pronounced like V. And then IA is like also E. Pheinira. But yeah, that's like similar to the Metrocoitis. Metrocoitis? Wasn't it? Like something like this.
After the Persians fled Marathon, they tried to invade Athens by way of the Bay of Phaleron. However, this gave the Athenians time to return to their city and mount a proper defense. Fearing further losses, the admiral of the Persian fleet called off their attack, and the Persians returned to their empire. Darius was furious at the campaign's failure and decided to seek vengeance in a retaliatory expedition from both land and sea. Meanwhile, Sparta begrudgingly congratulated Athens on their victory.
The Athenians buried their soldiers who died at Marathon in a monumental tumulus. The tumulus featured 10 steles listing the names of the honored dead from each tribe. A second tumulus was built for the Plataeans and slaves who died alongside the Athenians. The dead soldiers were granted the right to be worshipped as heroes and even received the honor of a cult. When the general Miltiades died, he was buried next to his men. Interesting that he still received the honor of being buried there, considering that he kinda misused the trust of Athens.
The victory at Marathon marked the beginning of a new era for Athens. According to Herodotus, Athens' success at pushing back the Persians ranked them first in the ongoing competition between the Greek city-states. The Athenians immortalized their prestige by erecting monuments in both their own city and in Delphi. The Battle of Marathon was also perceived as a blow against tyranny. Tyranny went from being perceived as a simple flaw in authoritarian excess to major treason against the homeland, a sin that rulers would take great pains to avoid being accused of. This helped consolidate the institution of democracy for the next 2 centuries.
It's like, I'm not a tyrant. Just like a tiny bit. That happens for many words that have D in it. Don't know why it is different in English. You're not a linguistic expert. Me neither. But yeah, that's definitely fair. Thank you for, you know, explaining how it's like actually pronounced. Because if I can make it more accurate, then I would definitely like to try. After the Battle of Marathon, the Athenians built a treasury in Delphi to express gratitude to Apollo. The small temple-shaped monument was built with spoils taken from the Persians at Marathon. The treasury's metopes depicted the exploits of Heracles and Theseus, the 2 mythical heroes who allegedly helped the Athenians fight the Persians back. They also featured images of Athena and the Amazons.
I hope you enjoyed this look into the famous Battle of Marathon. It was not only a major turning point in the history of Athens, but also for all of Greece. Its repercussions would be felt for many years to come. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I am ready for a quiz.
Of course. Let's start with a simple question. Which Athenian general led the Greek forces at Marathon?
Miltiades. It's funny that Brasidas and Leonidas are even an option, especially Leonidas.
Correct. Miltiades led the forces at Marathon, and it was his strategy that helped the Greeks push the Persians back. Time for another question. Which Greek city revolted against the Persians in 494 BCE?
Miletos?
Correct. Miletos revolted against Persian rule, with support from both Athens and Eretria. One more question. Which other Greek city aided Athens at Marathon?
Plataea?
Yes, Plataea sent 1,000 obrides to aid the Athenian forces. Well done, traveler. You have learned much.
There's much to learn, and many unknowns on the horizon.
Farewell, traveler. I hope to see you again soon.
Oh, we unlocked Brasidas as a character. Oh yeah. That changed to my boy Brasidas, one of my favorite characters in AC Odyssey. They did him a bit dirty in the Fate of Atlantis DLC, when he was being sent to Hades and the Underworld. Right, so looking at the timeline, we have now finished the Battle of Marathon. So we're now at like roughly the halfway point here, I would say. Next would be the Oracle of Delphi. And then we have the next battle, the Battle of Thermopylai. One of the most famous battles because also one depicted in the movie 300. But yeah, for now let's go to Delphi. Discover the marvelous oracle site, oracular site of Delphi, and learn about its importance.
Here, visitor, and welcome to this sacred site.
What do you think of this place?
Delphi is an amazing place to visit if you're looking for information. I've come here on several occasions in search of answers to some particularly puzzling questions. And sometimes, I even found them.
I would like to begin the tour.
This is Delphi, home of the renowned oracle. Greeks considered it the navel of the world. Pilgrims and kings journeyed here from all over Greece and beyond, seeking advice from Apollo through the voice of his interpreter, Pythia. During your visit, you will experience the sanctuary through a pilgrim's eye and discover how important oracles and prophecies were to the people of Greece. Now, go off and begin your pilgrimage. I will be waiting for you at the end of your visit.
On their journey to the Temple of Apollo, pilgrims walked this sacred path up Mount Knossos. The summer sun beat down hot on their backs. Along the way, they took in the magnificent monuments, treasuries, and statues that adorned the road. These landmarks were tokens of people's reverence for the oracle's benevolence. All were dedicated to Apollo, and most were offered by cities to commemorate military victories. The monuments represented not only their donors' piety, but also their power and wealth. The sanctity of Delphi has endured to the present day, and visitors still take this very same route.
One of the largest contributors of information on Delphi is the French school at Athens, an institute that has been researching the site since 860. Its work has led to a very deep understanding of Delphi and its evolution over time. One of her main challenges early on was the iconic site laid under meters of sediment located in the very much inhabited village of Castri. Through the school's efforts, 1,000 villagers were completely relocated. With the village emptied, a railway was built to help remove excavated materials, allowing researchers to rediscover the sacred site.
One of the most impressive dedications to Apollo came from the Cnidians, a Greek population that colonized the island of Lipari, north of Sicily. The story behind this dedication is notable. The Cnidians were at war with the Etruscans in the Tyrrhenian Sea. Seeking a good omen, the Cnidians consulted the oracle, and following her advice, they successfully captured 20 enemy ships. To thank Apollo, they offered the god the same number of statues as ships seized.
Today, only fragments of this monument remain, so the best record we have of it comes from the ancient writer Pausanias. According to him, the Cnidians and Liparians also wanted the dedication to mark the triumph of Greekness over what they called barbarism.
Ψεύδεστε, δεν υπάρχει φύση ανθρώπου. Και ο οίκος τι έστειλε η πίστη. Είμαι το σου το προσθετεί. Αυτό προσεδέχει ταύτα προς χάρη σου και μην την μετέαση. Και ο οίκος τι έστειλε η πίστη. Είμαι το σου το προσθετεί. Τραγωδία εκλαμβάνει τα ιστορίες αυτών και χρείται τα αυτές τραγωδοποιού ένεκα.
Next to the Naxian Sphinx stood a simple structure to display offerings from the Athenians, most of which were spoils of war. In particular, these offerings, called ex-votos, were prows of sunken Persian ships. The Athenians built the portico after their naval victory over the Persians in 478 BCE.
Τους νέους δι διδάσκεστε τα επιμηχανήματα αυτής, η ναή θυσία αναγνωρίζειν ταύτα. Τους σόφρονας πολίτας δι επιθεάζειν τους θεούς. Θεοκλητός ούτως ώστε η πατήρ της προϋποπτεύει μη ο αρτιγενής ιός ανατραφής γίνει τραγωδοποιός.
The Athenian portico celebrated a victory over the Persians at the very end of the Greco-Persian Wars. The portico was a sign of Athens' increasing power. The power it held over the rest of Greece left many other cities unhappy, including Sparta. Eventually, the rivalry between Sparta and Athens would escalate into a full-blown conflict known as the Peloponnesian War.
Καταδικαστέ εμείνε ηθική αξίε το τραγωδοποιό. Τραγωδοποιός έστι κλέφτης ως δια των υποκριτών κλέφτη την χάρη του έργου. Κύκλος των τραγωδών εξαπόρων διηφαίνει μια ψευδομυθία ή της συνεπιφέρει πράξεις και παρεπόμενες.
It's kinda cool, but I have a discovery tour of both this game and Origins. You can actually blend in with the society by, doing certain tasks. Something they took over in Valhalla is like a social stealth opportunity, but it's almost a bit of a missed opportunity that you couldn't do it in these games already, you know. Would have been like a fun little implementation of social stealth.
Once arriving before the temple, pilgrims wishing to consult the oracle had to first pay a tax. This tax gave them the initial right to approach the altar of Apollo and make an animal sacrifice to the god. But before proceeding to the Pythia, the preliminary ritual had to succeed. If the animal reacted favorably and showed signs of acceptance to the god, it was sacrificed, and the pilgrim would be allowed to enter the temple to question the Pythia.
Fuck animal sacrifices. The altar of Apollo was a large marble table. Before the sacrifice began, a fire would be lit on the table. The sacrificial animal, usually an ox, was then stunned with a mallet. The animal's skin was given to the priest, while its flesh was divided into two parts, the bones and fat, which were offered to the god, and the meat, which was distributed amongst the people who brought the animal, and grilled and eaten. Well, at least they made use of the animal, you know. They didn't just sacrifice it for nothing.
At last we arrive at the Temple of Apollo, where the oracle relayed her prophecies. The temple was the final destination of those seeking an audience with the Pythia, and its appearance matched the majesty of its purpose. Atop its imposing columns, the structure's pediments displayed famous mythological scenes, sculpted by the renowned Greek artist Antenor. But as grand as the temple looked from the outside, it paled in comparison with what happened within.
Originally constructed in the 7th century BCE, the Temple of Apollo burned down in 548 BCE, only to be rebuilt towards the end of the 6th century BCE with the help of funds from an aristocratic Athenian family. The temple was destroyed again by an earthquake in the 4th century BCE and required further reconstruction by the architect Spinfaros. This time, it managed to stay standing until 390 CE, when it was destroyed by the Roman Emperor Theodosius. It's bad.
Και το επιχείρημα αυτό καθ' αυτό εστί η ιστορία ταύτη. Ο εχέφρον αναγνωρείται. Τούτο εστί το όργανον ο χρήτες οφοκρίτης.
Prophecies were given in the most restricted part of the temple, the Aditon, by a chaste woman known as the Pythia. Before delivering prophecies, she first purified herself with water, then burned laurel leaves and barley flour to begin the ritual. Finally, while seated on a tripod surrounded by offerings, the Pythia delivered Apollo's messages. Her words were often strange and indecipherable, and required further interpretation by the temple's priests. Despite much research, the exact causes of the oracle's behavior while prophesying are debated to this day.
Well, I assume because it's there to be in the hands of a priest, you know, doing the interpretation, it's like, okay, pretend to just throw some words together and, you know, I'm gonna make sense of it, surely. The Pythia's predictions were often incomprehensible to common mortals and required interpretations by priests. Herodotus tells us that the famously rich king Knossos once misunderstood one of the oracle's prophecies. After asking about the outcome of a war, he would declare, the oracle predicted the kingdom would fall. Unfortunately for Knossos, it was his own kingdom that fell, right into the Persians' hands. Well, she wasn't wrong. The kingdom did fall.
Myths say that while searching for an oracle who could impart their words to mortals, Apollo established a sanctuary on Mount Parnassos. Apollo took over this site by slaying its sinister guardian, the snake-like Pytho.
For Greeks, the fight with Pytho explained the foundation of the oracle and its sanctuary. It also symbolized the triumph of civilization over the forces of chaos, much like the victory of Zeus over Typhon or Heracles over various different monsters. And here we can see a stata of Croton depicting Apollo killing Pytho with his bow. On the other side, Heracles is seated, holding laurel branch and club.
Your visit is complete. I hope you now understand how important this sanctuary was, and how it affected the lives of people both in the Greek world and beyond its borders. To be honest, I could speak about Delphi all day. But what would you like to do now?
I'm ready for a quiz.
Ah, you wish to test your knowledge. Let's begin with a simple question. What did the oracle use to purify herself before her predictions?
Olive oil. Honestly not sure about this one. Flames?
Fire was used to burn laurel leaves and barley flour before the prediction, but not for purification. Try a different answer.
I mean, purification? Water?
Correct. The oracle used water for purification. Time for another question. Which god was believed to speak through the oracle at Delphi?
Apollo? I likes to be oiled. The oracle be like, purify me, oil me.
Yes, the oracle allegedly spoke the words of Apollo, which were then interpreted by priests. One final question for you. Delphi is situated on which mountain?
Mount Parnassos.
Correct. Delphi stood on the slope of Mount Parnassos. Well done, traveler. Your knowledge rivals that of the wisest philosophers. As you wish. It has been a pleasure sharing Delphi with you.
Nice, now we unlock the Spartan soldier. Oh. That finishes the Oracle of Delphi tour. That changed to the Spartan soldier here. And looking at the timeline now, we have finished the Oracle of Delphi, and next would be the Battle of Thermopylai. And that is of course in 480 BCE. And also where the opening is taking place of Odyssey, isn't it? The Battle of the 300. But yeah, we will take care of that after the break though, because now I'm gonna go and take one. But yeah, we don't have too much left now. The Battle of Thermopylae, then we have Democracy in Athens, and then the Battle of Amphipolis. It is actually missing the Battle of Pylos. For some reason it's not in the timeline here, but you can go into the tour section to battles and wars. And then you have a battle here. So it's gonna be another one I will throw in addition to the timeline, but yeah. Definitely gonna be finishing the timeline today, I would say. But yeah, we're gonna carry on here after the break, so I'll be back in about 15 to 20. And then we will continue with Leonidas and the Battle of Thermopylae. Alright. We are back with more of Discovery Tour Ancient Greece, the Museum Star mode for Assassin's Creed Odyssey, set in 431 BC during the Peloponnesian War. And we are working our way through the, bit of a timeline here, from the Bronze Age and the Minoan civilization over the Mycenaean civilization, to the first Olympic Games, the Battle of Marathon, the Oracle of Delphi, and now, finally we're getting to one of the most famous battles, that is the Battle of Thermopylai. Let's travel there. Stand with the Spartans in the famous Battle of Thermopylae.
Welcome, visitor, to Thermopylae. My name is Leonidas. I am a king of Sparta. But do not think me some idle aristocrat softened by luxury. When Spartans go to war, I stand alongside them shield to shield. And my spear tastes the same blood as those of my men. Thermopylae stirs many feelings in my heart. Rage at the Persians' arrogance. Regret that I could not do more. But mostly, I feel proud. Proud of my city, and of my men, who fought to protect the very soul of the Spartan people. For those few fateful days, they were my brothers. I miss them all. Thermopylae was where a courageous group of Spartans stood amongst other Greek soldiers and held off the forces of King Xerxes, the Persian. When you're done, find me and we'll speak more.
The myth, the legend, himself, King Leonidas. Seems only fitting I'm playing as a Spartan soldier here.
The Persian king Darius's cries of rage echoed for years after his humiliating defeat at Marathon. Even after Darius's death, his son Xerxes continued to seek vengeance against the Greeks. According to Aeschylus, Asia was emptied of all its men. Greek spies brought the news of Xerxes' imminent invasion back to their homeland. Afterwards, many discussions were had on the best place to mount a defense. In the end, the Greeks decided on Thermopylae. The area featured a narrow pass that could act as a bottleneck for the Persian army, negating their numerical superiority. It also offered naval advantages, offering the Greek fleets opportunities for flanking. 5,000 Peloponnesian Greeks set up at a fort near the entrance of the narrow passage, otherwise known as the Hot Gates. Leading them was Leonidas, a Spartan king who prided himself on supposedly being a direct descendant of Heracles. Leonidas was accompanied by several elite soldiers who together made up the famous 300 Spartans.
Yeah, the famous 300. But those 300 were surrounded by an even bigger, number of soldiers, of course. The Battle of Marathon during the first Persian invasion of Greece taught the Greeks that they were stronger when united. With Xerxes' forces fast approaching, many cities gathered in Corinth, where they decided for the first time in their history to unite and form a common army.
The Persian army arrived in the summer of 480 BCE, preceded by a flood of rumors regarding their strength and numbers. It was claimed they consumed 6,000 tons of wheat every day, and that they dried every river and brook they passed to quench their near insatiable thirst. During their march to Thermopylae, the Persians faced no opposition, and in fact, increased their numbers further by recruiting more soldiers from other Greek cities and places like Thrace. According to Herodotus, the last count of the Persian fleet was numbered at 1,207 boats, mounted by approximately 240,000 men. He estimates the land army, meanwhile, was made up of more than 1 million men. The Greek forces at Thermopylae were heavily outnumbered.
That is a crazy amount of soldiers. You know, just imagine like a stadium, you know, like one of the biggest stadiums in Germany can hold about 75,000 to 80,000 people. That already is like a massive amount, you know, if they're like, you know, screaming, making any noise, it's like quite an atmosphere. And now imagine that in comparison to 1 million land soldiers and 1,200 boats carrying 240,000 soldiers. How imposing that would have been like. According to Herodotus, the main weaknesses of the Persian army were that they lacked superior defensive equipment and were not as well trained as the Greeks. The Persians excelled at fighting on vast, flat terrain, but were less effective in mountainous and wooded regions. The Greek strategists used this to their advantage, trying to lure the Persians to fight in unfavorable terrain.
Xerxes believed that at the sight of his massive army, the Greeks at Thermopylae would flee in terror. Instead, they deliberated. The majority of the Peloponnesians wanted to engage the Persians on the Isthmus of Corinth. Leonidas, meanwhile, believed it was wiser to stay put in Thermopylae. While the Greek forces debated, a Persian horseman was sent to spy on the enemy. He returned to Xerxes with surprising news. Not only were the Greeks not fleeing, but the Spartans guarding the fort were exercising and combing their hair. A far cry from the fearful soldiers Xerxes expected. To increase the pressure on the Greeks, Xerxes waited 4 more days, then attacked on the 5th. The Persians faced heavy resistance and suffered many losses, and Herodotus says Xerxes leaped 3 times from his chair, seized with fear for his army. The following day proved to be just as difficult for the Persian forces, and the Greeks continued to stand their ground.
Xerxes was the son of Darius, the king who ordered the first Persian invasion of Greece, an invasion that proved unsuccessful. Xerxes himself became king around 486 BCE. Shortly thereafter, he stopped revolts in both Egypt and Babylon, consolidating his power. With his subjects now in line, Xerxes set out to invade Greece, presumably to avenge the humiliation his father had suffered at the hands of the Greeks.
The Persians seemed poised to be held at Thermopylae indefinitely, until an inhabitant from the region came forward with information. He told the Persians of another route which could take them around Thermopylae. A Persian contingent was sent to verify the information. While there were Greek soldiers stationed to guard the route, they were forced to flee from the Persians. Thus, on the 3rd day of the battle, the Greeks were surrounded by their enemy.
Demaratos was a Spartan king who exiled himself to Persia, where he was welcomed into Xerxes' entourage. With Xerxes' forces were still in Asia Minor, the Persian king asked Demaratos if the Greeks would dare resist his massive army. To Xerxes' surprise, Demaratos told him that while Greece was a poor country, it was just, wise, and courageous. He also commented that the Spartans specifically would never flee and fight until they died. Upon hearing this, Xerxes erupted into laughter. However, Demaratos' words would be proven true at Thermopylae.
With the Persians both in front of and behind them, the Greek forces at Thermopylae realized they had two choices: flee to live another day, or stand and fight till their last breath. Most of the Greeks chose the former option, but some stayed, including Leonidas and his 300 Spartans. For the Spartans, dying a glorious death was one of the highest honors they could achieve. The few members of Leonidas' Spartans who did not participate in the last stand at Thermopylae felt that they had missed an opportunity for honor and either committed suicide or continued living under the mockery and disgust of their fellow citizens. The Spartans' last stand was not only for glory, though. Had they not held off the Persians, the Greeks' retreating forces would probably have been cut down by enemy horsemen.
While the fighting went on at Thermopylae, the Greek fleet held off more Persians in a naval battle north of Euboea. The fleet used small boats to maintain a connection with the land forces at Thermopylae. The battle started out in the Greeks' favor, mostly because a violent storm destroyed a large number of the Persian ships. However, after hearing news of a defeat at Thermopylae, the Greek fleet withdrew to Attica.
On the morning of the third day, King Xerxes was assured of his victory. However, that victory did not come easy. King Leonidas himself fell in battle, and a furious fight broke out around his body. The Spartans fought to the last man, and when they had all been slain, Leonidas's body was brought before Xerxes. According to Herodotus, Persians usually honored the most courageous warriors, even if they were enemies. However, Xerxes was so consumed by rage at the Spartans' resistance that instead he cut off Leonidas's head and ordered it impaled on a stake. A statue of a lion was later erected on the hill of the Spartans' last stand in honor of Leonidas's bravery.
It kind of reminds me of a way that Brasidas died in Odyssey. His head wasn't cut off, but he was definitely impaled, with a spear into his head and then died. Wonder if it's maybe like a bit of a reference in a way. The Greeks would often consult the oracle at Delphi before major events. The oracle's prophecies were usually written afterwards in verse, although it's extremely unlikely she actually spoke in such a manner when delivering them. Regardless, the following is what the oracle is said to have told the Spartans on the eve of a Persian invasion. For you, inhabitants of wide-awake Sparta, either your great and glorious city must be wasted by Persian men, or if not that, then the bound of Lacedaemon must mourn a dead king from Heracles' line. The quote suggests that the Spartans believe Leonidas' death saved the city, because he of course believed to be in line of, the descendants of Heracles.
Though they were victorious, the Battle of Thermopylae shook the morale of the Persian army. They had lost thousands of men, while Greek casualties only numbered in the hundreds, and due to the sacrifice of the Spartans, the rest of the Greek army had been able to successfully retreat and regroup. As a result, even as Xerxes set up camp at the foot of Athens' Acropolis, ready to get revenge for his father's humiliating defeat at Marathon, the Persians were more anxious than confident. They were more aware than ever that the Greeks did not fear them and were ready to die defending their land.
And I mean the fact that it's basically a battle sought as a revenge for defeating or for being defeated in an invasion, you know, wouldn't really give you morally the high ground, you know. If you take revenge because you've been attacked without reason, you know, then maybe also the army and soldiers could get behind that more. But, you know, it's just like a fit of anger, revenge, in a way. For the Greeks, Thermopylae was a defeat, but it was a loss that inspired hope. Persian propaganda proclaimed that the Greeks were doomed to be enslaved and killed. However, Thermopylae showed the Greeks that with clever tactics, well-trained troops, and high morale, the Persians could be beaten despite their numerical superiority.
In the end, the Battle of Thermopylae was still a loss for the Greeks. However, the battle gave the Greeks a boost in morale that carried them all the way to their decisive victory over the Persians in the Battle of Plataea in 479 BCE. With the war against the Persians finally won, the Greeks were able to honor the sacrifice of Leonidas and his Spartans with memorials and poems, forever solidifying the glory of Sparta's military prowess. The newfound respect for Sparta was noteworthy, because before the war, the city was seen as no more than a bully who forced itself into the affairs of others. Thermopylae changed opinions of Sparta for the better, and gave them a legitimate claim to be one of Greece's most powerful and influential cities.
After the Battle of Thermopylae, a monument to Stele was placed on the ground where the Spartans were buried. According to Herodotus, the stele featured the following inscription: "Foreigner, go tell the Spartans that we lie here obedient to their commands." The inscription served to remind passing visitors of the Spartans' heroic sacrifice.
You've finished. I hope you understand the magnitude of the sacrifices made at Thermopylae. Without them, the Greek people would have surely ended as a footnote in Persian history. Is there something else you'd like to do?
I'm ready for a quiz.
If you think you're ready, let's begin. First question. Who was Xerxes' father?
Darius?
Yes. One of the main reasons Xerxes invaded Greece was to get revenge for Darius' defeat at the Battle of Marathon. Another question for you. Which battle is seen as the final victory against Xerxes' Persian forces?
The Battle of Plataea?
Correct. The Battle of Plataea helped put an end to Xerxes' invasion. One last question. How many Spartans fought at the Battle of Thermopylae?
Well, that's a really weird question, to be honest. Like, you have to word that differently. Like, obviously the answer is 300 here, but the question is how many soldiers have fought at the Battle of Thermopylae, you know? And not only was it not 300 soldiers on Sparta's side, they were surrounded by an army of 5,000. And then there's also the enemy soldiers you have to count into it, if you word it that way. So the correct answer isn't here for the question that we're being asked, but the answer I want to be hearing is 300. But that's only the elite soldiers that have accompanied Leonidas.
Yes, 300 of us stood against Xerxes' forces. You've done well, visitor. I have no more questions for you.
It's a bit weird they don't add the whole like, but we were surrounded by 5,000 others thing, but yeah, that's alright.
Farewell, visitor.
Was certainly more than 300. But yeah, that is the Battle of Thermopylae. And looking at the timeline now, we have democracy in Athens next. Let's go ahead and change our character as well here. I haven't actually played as Cassandra yet, but because I like immediately switched to the Greek tough guy in the beginning. So let's just go for Cassandra. Delve further into the workings of ancient Greek democracy.
Welcome, wanderer, to the democratic center of Athens, otherwise known as the Pnyx.
Who are you?
My name is Aspasia. Though I am not originally from Athens, I have climbed to the top of its social ladder using my wit and intellect. I've even earned the love of Pericles, one of the most powerful men in the city. The mind truly is a beautiful thing.
What do you think of this place?
The battles fought here may be more intellectual than bloody, but they are no less spectacular. These outcomes will affect an entire city in a different way.
I would like to begin the tour.
The Pnyx was the meeting place of the Athenian assembly and the physical embodiment of democracy at work. This tour will give you insight into how citizens made decisions and kept the city running. We can talk more when you have finished the tour. See you soon, wanderer.
Another citizen to record.
The Athenian assembly was known as the Ecclesia. It met at the Pnyx 40 times a year to discuss various civic matters, and each session usually lasted a few hours. The word Pnyx is believed to mean something close to packed together. This was probably a reference to the fact that during meetings of the Ecclesia, the location would be filled to its capacity, with citizens packed in practically shoulder to shoulder. All male citizens were allowed to directly participate in the democratic process. Those over 20 years old had the right to speak and vote, while those over 30 could be elected to the higher position of magistrate. In total, there were approximately 30,000 citizens in Athens in the classical period. To draft and adopt decrees, 6,000 of them had to attend the meeting.
That is a lot of citizens. Not every ancient Greek city was a democracy. In fact, most cities in the classical period functioned under two other forms of government. Jesus. That was caught me by surprise. Citizens. Citizen multiplied 6,000, exactly. All the citizens. Oligarchy and tyranny. Oligarchies were ruled by a small group of people. One example of an oligarchy is Sparta, where counts of 28 elders control the majority of the political process. Tyranny, meanwhile, involved the ruling of a popular leader known as a tyrant. Tyrants would often seize control of cities in the face of external threats. Athens has experienced all three of these forms of government. Until 546 BCE, it was an oligarchy controlled by the few important families competing for political power. In 546, the aristocrat Stratos seized complete power in the city with the help of a private army, and his family ruled as tyrants until the expulsion from Athens in 510 BCE. Democracy was established shortly afterward in order to avoid strife between aristocrats and prevent the rise of another tyrant.
Citizens came from all over Attica's 10 districts to attend the meetings of the Ecclesia. The meeting was presided over by an executive council called the Prytanes. Every session began with a sacrifice to Zeus Agoreos, the patron of the assembly. During the meeting, citizens delivered speeches from the Pnyx's platform on whatever issues the city faced. Afterwards, the issue was voted on with a show of hands from the gathered assembly. The Ecclesia made important decisions about subjects like grain importation, expenses, and declarations of war. While they could not directly enact laws, they had a say in appointing Athens legislators, which gave them a large role in shaping the city's daily operations.
In Aristophanes' comedy Assemblywoman, the playwright imagines a scenario in which the women of Athens seize control of the city's government and enact two major reforms: the abolition of private property and enforced sexual equality for old and unattractive women. Aristophanes' play treats the idea of women in the assembly as a joke, which is not surprising given that women were not allowed to be part of the assembly. However, women still played a public role in Athens in the form of religious rituals. Women were priestesses in over 40 major public cults, including the cult of Athena Polias, the Athens' patron deity. Some festivals such as the Thesmophoria, which was held in honor of Demeter, were also reserved exclusively for women.
While some citizens only participated in the sessions of the Ecclesia, others could become more involved in democracy as magistrates. Magistrates were elected from among Athenian citizens over 30. They were often successful orators and charismatic politicians, and they held much more sway over important decisions than the average citizen. One of the most famous magistrates was Pericles, who was so popular he held his position for 15 years.
Doesn't seem too popular in the game. But that was of course very short to his end of reign. In theory, the Athenian democracy was supposed to give laborers as much power as aristocrats, but in practice the influence of the nobility remained strong. This is mostly because aristocrats had more resources available to them when it came to forging political alliances and maintaining their prestige. As a result, many elected officials from the 5th century BCE belonged to the aristocracy. For example, even though the statesman Pericles championed many reforms that limited the power of aristocrats, he himself belonged to the Mynae, a powerful family that claimed to be descended from the Homeric hero Nestor. After the death of Pericles in 429 BCE, a new breed of leaders emerged who did not belong to the old nobility. Instead, they were wealthy merchants who earned their fortunes from trade or small factories rather than from land. Their opponents called these new leaders demagogues, meaning leaders of the common people. One of the earliest and most well-known demagogues was Cleon, who gained popularity by advocating for policies that benefited the general population, such as paying people for jury duty. He was also famous for taking a very aggressive stance against Sparta during the Peloponnesian War, and for attempting to remove his opponents from office by accusing them of fraud charges.
In theory, every Athenian citizen over the age of 20 had the right to participate in the assembly. However, some of them lived far from the city, and others could not financially afford to miss a day of work to attend meetings. For these reasons, the city introduced a special allowance called a misthos ecclesiasticos in the 4th century BCE, meant to encourage participation. Originally, it was 2 obols, but the politician Cleon raised it to 3.
In Aristophanes' play Acharnians, Athenian citizens were so disinterested in democracy that they deserted the Pnyx to loiter in the Agora. To combat this complacency, a group of slaves wandered the city, herding the citizens back to the Pnyx, using ropes dyed with red paint. Any citizen who tried to escape was marked with the paint and then fined for refusing to participate in democracy. While the story is an exaggeration, the city did actually close its shops and attempt to funnel people to the Pnyx on days when the assembly was meeting. This is because in the 5th century BCE, Athens had great difficulty convincing its citizens to attend the assembly. However, the situation changed in the 4th century BCE when citizens started getting paid for attending meetings, which helped compensate for any lost working hours. The Pnyx was also enlarged to include up to 8,500 citizens, and was later enlarged again to fit around 13,000 citizens. Clearly, money was a better motivator than red rope. Here we pay you money to participate in the democracy. I bet that will work nowadays as well.
Athens introduced several innovations that heavily influenced modern society, including theater, architecture, and philosophy. However, their greatest contribution was their democratic government, which introduced the concept of a city ruled by its citizens. The decision to adopt democracy as a government, a choice made in 508 BCE, shaped civilization as we know it, and continues to affect us today.
In 1792, American revolutionary Thomas Paine wrote in The Rights of Man that when what Athens was in miniature, America will be in magnitude. While modern democracies are much larger and more complex than that of Athens, they both share many qualities. For example, just as Athens' democracy was born out of a reaction to the tyranny of Pisistratos and his sons, most influential Western democracies were also reactions against perceived tyranny, such as the American colonies revolting against the British, or the French revolutionaries fighting against the old regime. But perhaps the most enduring part of Athens' democracy is the idea that political power rests with the people. This central concept was preserved by Greek philosophers and historians under Roman rule, passed on to medieval scholars, and championed by the modern political activists who laid the foundations for our current systems of government.
Hello again, Wanderer. I trust you appreciated learning about the inner workings of the city. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'm ready for a quiz.
Then let's start with a simple question. Approximately how many citizens were in Athens in my time?
I don't know. 30,000, maybe 300. I mean, we know that the Pnyx was later, able to hold 13,000 citizens, which would be about 1/3 of the population of 30,000. I'm gonna say 30,000.
Yes,
Citizen?
there were approximately 30,000 citizens in Athens, although the population as a whole was much larger. On to the second question. Who of the following was a famous Athenian magistrate?
Heracles?
Who of the following was a famous Athenian magistrate?
Citizen?
Yes, Pericles was an extremely popular magistrate who managed to keep his position for 15 years. Only one question left. What does the word Pnyx mean?
It means packed together.
Correct. The Pnyx was usually crowded with citizens attending meetings of the Ecclesia. You know enough about democracy to be a politician yourself. Well done, Wanderer.
There was a lot of citizens I can record here.
Very well. Farewell, Wanderer.
We unlocked Alcibiades. Perfect reward for democracy in Athens. Okay, let's change to Alcibiades then. Only one question left. Who is the leader of the cult? You. Time to pack out the Spear of Leonidas and do some next stepping. Right, and now we're technically left with only one more tour. However, I'm gonna include one that isn't part of the historical timeline here, but is another battle that took place about 3 years before the Battle of Amphipolis. And that is the Battle of Pylos and Sphakteria, which is about 425 BCE, I think. Yes. Experienced 2 back-to-back battles that greatly impacted the Peloponnesian War.
Welcome to Pylos, traveler. This area, along with the nearby island of Sphakteria, were important battlegrounds during the Peloponnesian War.
What do you think of this place?
I always find it a shame that such lovely-looking places were exposed to so much violence. It's difficult to take pleasure in relaxing on the sand, knowing how stained it is with blood.
I would like to begin the tour.
The Peloponnesian War was a great conflict between rivals Sparta and Athens. It lasted many years and cost a great number of lives on both sides. The battles of Pylos and Sphakteria occurred almost one after the other, and culminated with one of the most surprising outcomes in the entire war. But I will not spoil it for you. You'll have to experience it on your own. I'll wait for you at the end of the tour.
Since 431 BCE, the Peloponnesian War had been raging between Athens, Sparta, and their allies, with neither side gaining much ground. But in 425 BCE, an Athenian general named Demosthenes changed that. After a storm forced his fleet to stop in Pylos, Demosthenes realized a military presence in the area would give them an advantage against Sparta. Unfortunately, the fleet's strategists did not believe him, and left Demosthenes in Pylos with 5 triremes and 1,000 men. The Spartans, meanwhile, were too busy celebrating a religious festival to notice the enemy on their doorstep.
Classic. In 431 BCE, Sparta, a city with formidable military prowess, went to war with Athens, a city whose power came from its naval fleet and considerable financial resources. Athens demanded annual tributes from several Greek cities and frequently intervened in their affairs. Because of this, some of the cities had a grudge against Athens and consequently supported Sparta's cause. I mean, can't blame them really.
Once Sparta discovered the Athenian presence on Pylos, the Spartan king Agis mustered his troops and fleet. Sparta then descended on Demosthenes' outpost, attacking from both the sea and the mainland. The Athenian general had to mount a hasty defense. He pulled his boats back to the foot of the ramparts and fixed them in place with stakes, providing extra cover. Then, going against all the established rules of battle, he descended with his hoplites to fight on the rocky shore, where he believed the Spartans would disembark. His gamble paid off, and the Spartans did indeed attempt to land at this location, though Demosthenes' forces made them hesitate. One of the Spartan leaders, Brasidas, decided to make the first move by ramming the rocks with his boat, exclaiming, "It's only a few planks." He paid for his actions when his shield slipped into the sea after descending from his boat, leaving him open to many blows. The battle raged on into the night and continued to the next day, remaining locked in a stalemate. However, on the evening of the second day, Athenian reinforcements arrived.
Makes you wonder how long some of these battles really were, you know, sometimes. It's crazy to think about. Like days at a time. When the Peloponnesian War began in 431 BCE, the Spartans faced a unique problem. Sparta's army consisted of incredibly skilled and formidable hoplites. As such, their military strategy normally involved ravaging the enemy's territory and forcing the opposing army to face them on the battlefield. This tactic wasn't effective against Athens, which was protected by considerable fortifications that stretched all the way to the city's port of Piraeus. Athens' population, as well as the peasants from surrounding areas, were well protected within the city's walls, leaving the Spartans with little to do. After a few weeks, they returned home to revise their strategy. I like the chicken on the shield there. I have to say, it's definitely a missed opportunity not to have like more focus on shields in Odyssey. I get it, you know, you have like the spear of Leonidas and whatever, but if ever was a setting where shields would have been absolutely essential and crucial, it would have been this one.
The sudden arrival of the Athenian fleet stacked the odds in Athens' favor. The fleet decided to hold off their attack until the next day, when they swarmed the Spartan ships. They successfully captured 5 enemy ships and damaged many others, cutting off access to the nearby island of Sphakteria. Then, to add insult to injury, the Athenians raised a stake hung with weapons they'd captured from the Spartans, including the shield of Brasidas. Meanwhile, the 420 Spartans on Sphakteria were trapped, and Sparta was completely helpless to rescue them.
The bay where the Athenians arrived was incredibly vast, measuring 4 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide. It was even large enough to accommodate the forces of England, Russia, France, and the Ottoman Empire during the Battle of Navarino in 1827.
With 420 of their men trapped on Sphakteria, Sparta needed to reevaluate their position. The Spartans on the island were essentially the Athenians' hostages. and Sparta could not move to rescue or resupply them without putting their lives in danger. In an effort to save the trapped soldiers, the Spartan leadership negotiated an immediate truce with the Athenian strategists. Sparta agreed to hold back its fleet and halt their attacks on Pylos, and in return, the Athenians permitted them to send supplies to their men. In the meantime, Sparta sent ambassadors to Athens to try and negotiate a better deal. The hasty truce greatly humiliated Sparta, as they were forced to recognize just how helpless their infantry was in the face of an Athenian fleet.
See, and that's something they really should have highlighted in the main game, you know? Because in the main game, it doesn't matter, like, what the strengths are of either army, right? Like, Athens was mainly a naval war force, you know? Like, they had this kind of, like, unification of different, like, naval states, I guess, that all worked together. And had, like, a very much naval superiority in regards to Sparta. Where Sparta was like a formidable force on the land, you know, with her infantry. And it would have been good, I think, to highlight those differences, you know, a bit more, I think. Because for the gameplay's sake, they made everything be pretty much equal, you know. There's not really much of a difference in that regard between the two opposing sides.
To bargain for the safety of their men, Sparta sent ambassadors to Athens to propose a cessation of hostilities. The ambassadors tried to emphasize that their situation was not a result of strategic incompetence or lack of strength, but rather plain bad luck. According to them, the Spartans on Sphakteria did not deserve to suffer further, because they were trapped through no fault of their own. These statements provoked the ire of Cleon, a popular Athenian politician known for his populist speeches. Cleon insisted that the terms of negotiations be discussed openly before the assembly and the Athenian people, instead of in private. The Spartan ambassadors were not as comfortable with public speaking as the Athenians, so they decided to leave.
RIP. Cleon was well known in Athens for frequently demanding violent or drastic solutions to situations discussed in the assembly. For example, in 428 BCE, after Mytilene, one of Athens' most powerful allies, unsuccessfully revolted, Cleon demanded the death of its inhabitants as punishment. Athens eventually decided against this course of action, but Cleon continued to gain power and influence over the city's politics. So that's actually one of the official concept arts for the game of Odyssey. It's not like a painting by, you know, of like historical record or anything.
Following the failed attempts of the Spartan ambassadors, hostilities resumed. Back in Athens, Cleon took matters into his own hands. After being elected general, or strategos, he left to join the ongoing battle, accompanied by javelin-armed infantry and archers. With renewed strength and numbers, the Athenians landed on Sphakteria and engaged their enemy. The battle was hard fought, but they eventually managed to surround the remaining Spartans. It was then that Cleon invited the Spartans to surrender, as he hoped to return to Athens with prisoners. The Spartans were exhausted after spending 72 days on the island, so they accepted Cleon's offer and laid down their arms. A Spartan capitulation had previously been unheard of, and the news of their surrender echoed throughout Greece like thunder.
Makes me wonder what happened to them when they arrived back home. If they were like punished for giving up. The Athenian force that landed on Sphakteria was made up of hoplites, but also light infantry, archers, and palastes. This gave them an edge over the Spartan army, which adhered to the usual strategy of forming its hoplites into a phalanx. The Spartan hoplites tried advancing on the Athenian hoplites, but were consistently harassed on all sides by the Athenian light infantry. Whenever the Spartans tried fighting back, the light infantry, unburdened by a heavy armor, would flee to safety and then return to harass them again. Eventually, the Spartans were forced to retreat to an old fort, and they surrendered soon after. That sounds pretty annoying. Like being part of a formation when like people constantly bother you from the side and then, you know, fuck off again. Annoying and very effective.
The Spartans' capitulation completely changed the course of the Peloponnesian War. Athens used their new prisoners of war as leverage and threatened to execute them if Sparta ever returned to pillage their lands. This gave the Athenians the freedom to conduct their own raids, which were aided further by their eventual seizing of the island of Kythera. Sparta tried to negotiate for peace, but were unsuccessful. Cleon, meanwhile, was emboldened by his victory and continued to gain popularity with the Athenian people. Popularity that translated to power.
The Spartan prisoners captured after the Battle of Sphakteria were not forgotten by the city. During the negotiations for the Peace of Nicaeas in 421 BCE, Sparta requested that Athens free the prisoners.
I hope you enjoyed learning about the battles of Pylos and Sphakteria. The battles were hard fought by both sides, but Athens' victory gave them an enormous boost in morale. It encouraged them to be more aggressive, and it was some time before Sparta recovered from the aftershocks of their historic surrender. Now, is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'm ready for a quiz.
I'm happy to oblige. Let's begin. Where were Demosthenes and his fleet forced to land during a storm?
Pylos?
Yes, Demosthenes landed at Pylos, where he was inspired to set up an outpost. On to the second question. Which famous Athenian argued with the peace-seeking Spartan ambassadors?
Cleon?
Correct. Cleon demanded the terms of the peace be discussed in front of the Athenian assembly, which greatly dissuaded the ambassadors. One last question. Which Spartan general rammed Pylos with his ship?
Brasidas?
Correct. Brasidas ordered his ship to ram the rocks and lost his shield in the process. You've passed the test. Well done, traveler. Then I will say farewell. Though I hope our paths will cross again someday.
There we go, the battles of Pylos and Sphakteria. Which means there's only one more thing left in the timeline here, and that is the Battle of Amphipolis. Let's do it. And for this one, we're gonna change to Alexius. Delve into the Battle of Amphipolis and discover the consequences of its shocking outcome.
Welcome to Amphipolis, traveler.
What do you think of this place?
The Battle of Amphipolis was surely an interesting one. One might even call it anticlimactic. But that does not mean it wasn't important in the greater scheme of the Peloponnesian War. The city of Amphipolis was the site of one of the more unique battles of the Peloponnesian War. Two generals, the Athenian Cleon and the Spartan Brasidas, fought for this land in an effort to control the resources it provided. In the end, though, neither got what they wanted. Look for me when you finish your visit, and we can speak of what you've learned.
The land that would come to be known as Amphipolis was originally part of Thrace, a region inhabited by formidable semi-nomadic horsemen. Thrace was rich in gold and silver mines. It was surrounded by lush forests making it very attractive to outside parties like Greece and Persia. By 513 BCE, Persia had managed to conquer much of Thrace, but after their defeat in 479 BCE, Athens made a play for the land. They conquered the nearby island of Thasos in 465 BCE, but the military prowess of the Thracian riders kept them out of the country's interior. It was only in 436 BCE that Athens established a solid foothold in Thrace with the founding of Amphipolis, a city on the banks of the river Strymon.
In 513 BCE, the Persians controlled the mines in the region of Thrace and imposed a silver tribute on the resident Greeks and Thracian tribes. After the Persians' defeat in 480 BCE, Athens took advantage of the strength of its naval fleet to try to conquer and control the region's mines themselves. In 465 BCE, they besieged the nearby island of Thasos and forced the city to surrender. Later on, in 436 BCE, the Athenians founded the city of Amphipolis in Thrace, giving them a foothold in the resource-rich region.
During the Peloponnesian War, the Spartan general Brasidas sought a way to subvert Athenian power across the Greek world. He set his sights on capturing the coast of Thrace, hoping to seize the resources the area provided. Brasidas knew that many of the Greeks living in Thrace hated the greed and brutality of their Athenian neighbors and decided to take advantage of the situation. He set off on an expedition to Amphipolis, accompanied by 1,000 hoplites and 700 helots, and arrived before the city in the winter of 424 BCE. At Amphipolis' ramparts, Brasidas announced that he preferred to take the city peacefully and promised to allow safe passage to any inhabitants who wished to leave, in addition to sparing those who wanted to cooperate. This proposal was well received by the city's residents, and he was able to capture Amphipolis without striking a single blow.
Brasidas' army was made up of men who signed on to his expedition voluntarily. However, the soldiers also received the mistos, which was an allowance that was paid to them in silver. In the 4th century BCE, the term mistos was used to refer to mercenaries, mistios, who fought for monetary compensation. I was about to say, like, that sounds very similar to the word we're used to hearing playing Odyssey a lot. Because we are a mercenary, mistios.
Brasidas' march on Amphipolis blindsided the Athenians. By the time they heard the news and dispatched the general Thucydides to defend Amphipolis, Brasidas had already rallied several nearby cities to help him defend the region from Athens' so-called tyranny. After half a day's journey from Thasos, Thucydides arrived at the port of Aeon, but was unable to retake Amphipolis. Athens held Thucydides responsible for the loss of Amphipolis and forced the general into exile. In spite of Brasidas' achievements, Sparta did not send him reinforcements, which forced the general to negotiate a truce with Athens to hold on to the ground he gained.
In the 8th century BCE, silver and gold mines were discovered in the region of Thrace, piquing the interest of both the Thracians and the Greeks. This discovery had a significant impact on the region's population and political organization. The Thracians had the slaves necessary to mine resources, but they lacked the experts and technicians to do so efficiently. Fortunately for them, the Greeks had the mining expertise they required, as well as wine, which was very appreciated by the Thracians. An alliance was born, and the Thracians and Greeks lived and worked together to profit off the land's rich resources.
The matter of how to deal with Amphipolis divided Athens. The politician Nicias, as well as the city of Sparta, hoped that peace could be negotiated. However, the popular Athenian statesman and general Cleon wanted to continue fighting the war. Indecision continued until 422 BCE, when Cleon was elected as one of Athens' strategists. This decision made it clear that the city's people were in favor of war. The truce was ended, and Cleon began his journey to Amphipolis, retaking small towns that had been conquered by Brasidas along the way. On arriving at the port of Eion, Cleon requested troops from the king of Macedonia. He also hired several Thracian mercenaries to bolster his force's numbers. Afterwards, all Cleon could do was wait for the remainder of his reinforcements.
Eion was a port located around 5 kilometers from Amphipolis. Possibly built by the Parians, it eventually became the residence of a Persian governor. Despite the Persian general's retreat from the region in 480 BCE, the Persian garrison remained in Eion until 476 BCE. This was when Athens laid siege to the port in the hopes of gaining access to the area's mines, forests, and hinterlands. The Athenian general leading the siege offered the Persians the chance to freely withdraw, but the offer wasn't accepted. According to Herodotus, when the Persians ran out of food, the commander Bogus killed his wife, children, concubines, and servants, dumped Eion's riches into the water, and then threw himself into the raging flames of a giant pyre. Afterwards, the Athenians occupied Eion, but they were unable to exploit the nearby mines until the construction of Amphipolis decades later. Hey there, Lucas, welcome in. Thank you for joining. And how's it going?
While they waited, the Athenian forces began to resent Cleon's hesitation to attack. They saw him as soft and incompetent, especially compared to their opponent, Brasidas. Sensing the tension, Cleon decided to act without waiting for reinforcements to arrive. He set out from the port of Eion to observe Amphipolis, setting up a camp on a nearby hill. To Cleon's surprise, Amphipolis appeared to be completely unprotected, with no guards stationed at the city's gates and ramparts. However, the city's lack of protection was only an illusion. Even so, upon seeing this, Cleon regretted that he did not bring wooden towers, which would have allowed him to easily recapture the city.
Good things you heard about me from Rod. Oh, cheers. I appreciate Rod giving me all the shoutouts. And that you decided to check out the channel. But yeah, I was about to say, I definitely saw you in Rod's chat before. Glad to hear that you're doing well. Yeah, I think he's playing a bit more Valhalla at the moment, isn't he? Unless he's finished already. The battle between Brasidas and Cleon was indicative of many changes that would soon affect Greek warfare. For example, the battle precipitated a change in how armies recruited their soldiers. Instead of recruiting soldiers hailing from the city's traditional elite, armies began hiring professional soldiers with skills worth paying for. This shift led to the eventual introduction of bronze coins that could be used by soldiers to purchase food from merchants, who also began accompanying armies on their campaigns. So that's a bronze helmet of a Corinthian type, early 5th century. Yes, yeah. I think he might be finishing Valhalla either this week or at the start of the next one. I sound German. That is because I am. Yeah. born and raised in Germany and still live there.
Brasidas positioned his own troops in a nearby wooded area to get a better view of Cleon's army. When the Athenians began moving to set up camp, Brasidas returned to Amphipolis. He believed his army was less well-trained than the Athenians and decided to rely instead on cunning tactics and Cleon's inexperience as a military leader. Brasidas organized a two-prong attack. He would personally lead a small raid, then one of his lieutenants would follow up with a second attack shortly after, disorienting the enemy. He had barely finished formulating his plan when he saw Cleon's army pack up and retreat back towards the coast. The cowardly display made Brasidas realize that perhaps victory would be easier than he thought.
Summoning the German. Your choice, something random. Deine Wahl, etwas Zufälliges. I just translated what you wrote there in the box, Dr. Darling. But yeah, no, I can talk a bit more German. Also ich muss ja schon sagen, ich finde das antike Griechenland schon sehr interessant. Ich würde mir zwar wünschen, dass Odyssey ein bisschen mehr von den historischen Fakten, die sie ausgearbeitet haben, für diesen Mode auch in das Game gepackt hätten. Aber ich glaube trotzdem, dass sie einen sehr guten Job gemacht haben mit dem Setting. Oder was sagst du dazu, Dr. Darling? You American Lucas? Very nice, that's cool. I've been to America once before, but I would love to revisit and see some other parts of it. I would especially love to go to the East Coast. Schiller, some of the German feels wrong to you. You think you don't get your points worth? I think so too. It's probably less exciting for someone who actually can understand German quite well. According to Thucydides, Brasidas said the following to his men after spying on Cleon's forces. These men stay not for us. It is apparent by the working of their spears and of their heads. For where such motion, they use not to stay for the charge of the enemy. Therefore open me somebody for the gates appointed, and let us boldly and speedily sally forth upon them.
After seeing Brasidas' troops return to Amphipolis, Cleon decided to fall back to the port of Aeon and once again wait for reinforcements. Unfortunately, his exact orders were confusing and contradictory, which left the Athenian forces in disarray. Brasidas took advantage of this confusion and began his attack. Cleon's forces panicked, which made them easy prey for the Spartans. 600 Athenians were killed, while the Spartans only lost 7 men. Cleon's remaining forces took refuge in Aeon, where the bodies of their comrades were eventually returned to them, though only after being stripped of their weapons.
Damn, we only lost 7 Spartans at this point. Sparta had a complicated and ambiguous relationship with its Helot soldiers. Allegedly, Helots were who proved their worth in battle could be granted their freedom. One story tells of how 2,000 Helots, who showed great courage in the face of the enemy, were crowned and sent off to sanctuaries to celebrate their freedom. However, all of these Helots vanished soon after, having possibly been massacred by the Spartans. Jesus Christ. It's like, here you freedom. Freedom of living. Or it's like, yeah, you're free now, but we're still gonna kill you.
During the pitched battle between the Spartans and the Athenians, both Brasidas and Cleon were killed. The reports of their respective deaths reflect how they were perceived as military leaders. We know almost nothing about Cleon's death, other than that he was killed by a Thracian soldier. Brasidas, meanwhile, survived long enough to be taken back to Amphipolis, where he was informed of his victory. He was buried inside the city, which was considered an honor bestowed only upon heroes, and was celebrated as the true founder of Amphipolis.
Quite different to the game then. So it's confirmed that the Thracian soldier killed Cleon. In the game it was of course Cassandra. I can live with that, but the fact that Brasidas didn't die instantly, but rather succumbed to his wounds is of course quite different to being like, you know, impaled with your head and die instantaneously. But that's where artistic, liberty comes into play. The Peloponnesian War appeared often in the place of the comic playwright Aristophanes. Aristophanes frequently criticized the war and those who encouraged it, such as Cleon. He ridiculed speakers who used verbal trickery to fool naive men, and emphasized the cruelty of war in contrast with women's desire for peace.
The Battle of Amphipolis temporarily put an end to the hostilities between Athens and Sparta. The Athenian forces returned to Piraeus, while Sparta called back the reinforcements they'd sent for Brasidas. The death of both Brasidas and Cleon encouraged the two cities to push for peace. The negotiations took time, but Sparta and Athens eventually agreed to return to the way things were before the Peloponnesian War. The resulting treaty became popularly known as the Peace of Nicias. Throughout the Greek world, it was mostly agreed that Sparta had lost the war, in spite of Brasidas' heroic efforts. The sentiment was rooted in the fact that Sparta had failed to end Athens' domination over Greece, something they had promised to do at the start of the war.
Can that be called a defeat though? I'm not so sure about it. The so-called 50-year peace lasted less than 6 years. This was mostly due to the fact that Athens was not held in high esteem in the rest of Greece. Aristocrats from other Greek cities in the Delian League hated the imposed annual tribute they had to pay to Athens, and hated Athens' frequent intervention in their city's affairs. Furthermore, the glory Athens had earned at the battles of Marathon and Salamis had long since faded, overshadowed by the city's constant repression for all those who dared to rebel against its authority. Athens' unpopularity, along with the fact that it never managed to retake Amphipolis, ensured the peace was doomed from the start, and it wasn't long before the Peloponnesian War resumed.
I see you're done with your tour. The Battle of Amphipolis may have briefly put an end to the Peloponnesian War, but the so-called Peace of Nicias was only temporary. It would not be long before Sparta and Athens came to blows once again. Now, is there something else you'd like to do?
I'm ready for a quiz.
Feeling up to a test? Then let us begin. Which Athenian politician wanted to negotiate peace with Sparta?
Nicias?
Correct. Nicias wanted to build on the truce that was negotiated after Brasidas captured Amphipolis. Now for the second question. where did Thucydides and Cleon arrive before moving to retake Amphipolis?
In Ion?
Yes. Ion is where both Thucydides and Cleon's forces arrived before trying to retake the city. I have one last question for you. Amphipolis was located in which region?
Thrace.
Yes. Amphipolis was located in Thrace. It seems there's nothing I can ask that you cannot answer. Congratulations, traveler.
Or Thraki. It's so funny because I like constantly using different pronunciations depending on who's talking. And probably neither of them is correct.
Very well. I hope you enjoyed your visit.
And there we go. The Battle of Amphipolis. Another discovery tour completed. And that means we have now officially played through the entire historical timeline here in the timeline tab of the discovery tour mode. And this is also gonna be everything I will be doing for the discovery tour of ancient Greece here. To showcase, yeah, of course, you know, this particular country and its rich culture, the important historical feats, and of course also the battles of the 5th century BCE, how it ultimately led to the Peloponnesian War and how it ended, at least temporarily, until Athens and Sparta once again come to a brawl. Hey there, Gurkan, welcome in. You're just stopping by to say hello. You used to play this game religiously. It's very fun in your opinion. Very nice. That's great to hear. I'm glad that you enjoyed this game. And yeah, I also played many hours of this game between when it came out and nowadays. I've done many different playthroughs of this. Most recently I've done a no heads-up display run where I wasn't allowed to use any of the UI, I guess, including the compass and all that. But yeah, thanks for dropping by and saying hello. I hope you're having a nice day so far. We've just finished with the Discovery Tour mode. It's basically a museum style mode where you can learn about different historical events, battles, the culture of a time and all that. But yeah, we're now done with the timeline of what I wanted to go through for this setting. So this is gonna be where I will also end my stream of the Discovery Tour Ancient Greece. And that means that next time in our historical order run, we will dive into Assassin's Creed Origins. And for Origins, we're gonna do a very in-depth run. We're also gonna be doing a lot of the Discovery Tour alongside the main game. And that means, for example, if I have a story arc in Siwa and I'm done with Siwa, then I'm gonna dive into the Discovery Tour and then do like any of the Discovery Tours in Siwa before carrying on to, you know, the next region. And ultimately, I would like to trigger all the different Discovery Tours and Origins. Yeah, again. But yeah, I will also very likely do a completionist run with Origins, just so I can take in as much of the environment as possible. And also so I can make sure that all the things we see in the Discovery Tour, we also will be seeing in the, you know, main game. So yeah, that's the plan going forward with the historic order run. Too bad it covers such a short period. It's definitely very straightforward. There's of course many more tours you can do in this mode, and especially the discovery sites take a long time to complete. About 4 years back when I've done my completionist run of this game and did everything in the Discovery Tour, I spent probably, I mean this is a rough estimate, and from what I remember, but I think I played over 30 hours on this mode, if not more than that. because I also took my time reading everything out loud. Like every little nook and cranny, and of course I also had to travel to every like discovery site. Just looking at the map. Can we even see the discovery sites? Not like this at least. Ah yeah, now it says all icons. I have like tons of icons here, then over there. Just scattered around the entire map really. And just look how much there was in Athens. I remember Athens took me ages to complete. Then there's also the historical locations. Those ones I've also done. When I did my historical order, my completionist run. So I spent dozens of hours on this back then. Fun stuff. Your day has been good, thank you. Nice, that's great to hear. Bokan? Alrighty. But yeah, so that's gonna be it for today. Let's go ahead and quit to desktop. And then we're gonna have a look to see who's online and who we can raid today. Alright, so it seems like Rod is still playing some AC Valhalla, another historical game that I will also include in my historical order run. So we're gonna go and raid over to him. It's a game set during the Viking conquest of England. If you would like to follow us on the raid, there's some raid emotes in chat, you can copy and paste if you like. And yeah, I would like to thank you all so much for coming by and for joining. Thank you also to everyone who's been in chat and for all the input as well to this Discovery Tour mode. And yeah, I will catch you guys in the next one. Until then, take care, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.